Hi everyone, my name's Kim and this is my cozy little corner of the world, and we are going to make something beautiful and a little bit Halloweeny today. So I have this wonderful board that I've sketched out in front of me, and I appreciate so much everybody's here already. Cupie, it's so nice to see you. Your show is on. That's so cute. And this is Pew's spooky season. Let's go. That's right. I haven't actually put any decorations up. It is a little bit early, but for painting purposes, we're going to start early because I got to make sure I get things done. Oh, thank you so much, Cupie. So I'm going to show you on my days off here from Twitch. I spent most of Tuesday finishing my cookie class that I was taking online, most of it anyway, and I'm going to show you the cookies. This is going to be based on real life cookies that I actually baked and decorated until very, very late. Hi Willow, it's so nice to see you. Till very, very late. And then I photographed them yesterday. I actually did a few different arrangements, but we're going to start with this one, and I'm just going to show you. So I'm going to pull this out of the way for a second. And I went a little cookie mad, right? So I actually baked all of these. I lost one. I baked all of these cookies. So I'll just hold up. Here's a little ghost. Here's one of my little ghost cookies, right? And here's one of my little jack-o'-lanterns. And one of my little kitty cats. So I have all these cute little characters that I did. And my cookie class went really well, actually. It was good, and I learned a lot. And so my cookies are better than I was doing before. So the way I did that is just oh, thank you very much, Cupie. I appreciate that. Thank you very much, Willow. It's going good. We're gonna see. I've been sketching this out all morning, and we are gonna see if we can get going on this. So the way I did this is I had my cookie cutters, right? And I just traced around them on my little paper here, my sketch paper, and then I drew out kind of roughly. Yes, that's right, Jake. I see pumpkins and cats. Pumpkins, cats, and ghosts. So I sketched these out, you know, and then I sketched out a few little jack-o'-lantern faces, and then I just tried as best I could to decorate them. So I did learn a lot. When Plo comes in, if she makes it in here today, I might go over some of my tips on getting, again, the frosting to do all these nice effects that I was able to achieve. So I'm really proud of my cookies. My cookies are really actually pretty cute, pretty nice. So yes, so we're gonna give it a shot. So today we are just gonna do a very basic thing. I do still have all my colors on my palette, but really what we're gonna do today is I mixed up the black. I mixed up a black using my brown and my blue, and I mixed it up using my liquid acrylics. And we're gonna go in and we're just gonna try to put a base layer down on all of my blacks. It's gonna be kind of like thank you so much, Willow. Gonna be kind of like I am, again, drawing, because we're in like an early stage of the painting, right? I wanna make sure my whole map is on here. You can't actually, I couldn't get this in frame, but so the whole thing, it's 12 by 16. So it's 12 inches vertically and 16 inches wide. So I'm just gonna kind of scoot it back and forth as I work on it. And this is just to get out my basic shapes. And then as I start to build layers on it, then I'm going to go into more building up the textures and things. So yeah, it's pretty big, Cupie. So I'm hoping that y'all are going to help me be more efficient with this, because I'm, you know, sometimes a pile painting like this goes pretty much edge to edge on the board. And so it's really very cute, my image. I'll just show you real quick. This is my little image that I took. And I did actually photograph this outside. Usually I wouldn't do that with my ice cream pieces. They're a little hard to photograph outside. I did actually photograph it outside under really bright sunlight. And I wanted those really, I don't always want really harsh shadows, but I did in this case. I wanted really, really harsh shadows. So I'm realizing we must have lost power when I was at work. All the clocks things are reset. It's funny when you just pop in and realize that. I've done that before too, Cupie. So anyway, so I am going to just go in and start to just block these out as best I can. We'll see how far we get today. And if I get through all of the black, then I might go in and again block out one of the other colors. So I might go in and block out either the orange, or when we get to the ghost, it's not going to be white, right? It's going to be like a darker gray color, and then we'll build up the shape. So I'm going to go a little more, you've been home like 30 minutes and now only realizing why everything is off. That's pretty funny. So yeah, so I'm just going to go in and block out shapes today. And so it's going to start to get, you know, just a little bit cuter as we go. And I just want to make sure that I am, you know, doing everything justice in here. One thing that I really loved when I did this arrangement for everything is I thought that I designed the cookies so that they're all kind of, first of all, they're all smiling, right? I didn't want creepy Halloween. So I made cutesy Halloween. And so I really wanted all the cookies to be like smiling at each other. And so I think it ended up being really very sweet looking, that they're a lot of fun. Jennifer Stone, so nice to see you. Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate that so much, Jennifer. So yeah, so it was much cuter than perhaps others would do for Halloween, but I like cutesy Halloween, you know. I was never, in all my Halloweens, I was never anything particularly spooky. I was always things a little bit magical. So let me go check that you're so right. What did Jake write? Did I miss something? Oh, I missed a bunch of comments. I apologize. The food in the freezer. Yeah, I know, if Cupie lost the food in the freezer, that would stink, man. Again, if you've kept your freezer shut, Cupie, it's probably okay, but yeah, definitely check. Definitely check. Do you remember the idea I told you about a while ago? I've spent some time thinking about it and improved on it. I'd love to surprise you with your new ideas. Would it be okay if we talked on Instagram after your stream? I'm not sure if I'm going to be available for talking after the stream, Willow. I usually go a little bit late, but you can certainly send me a message if you would like to. So that is okay, and I appreciate it. So anyway, Cupie, I hope that everything is okay in your fridge, in your freezer. So we're going to consider this very much a drawing stage, and just kind of like I explained on one of my other paintings that we did, what was that, last week? I don't remember which one it was, but I did this with liquid acrylics. I mixed my black up with liquid acrylics, and let's see, no water in the ice bucket and not frozen together. There you go. That's a positive sign. So I used the liquid acrylics in very sparing times. Oh, I know. I used it last week when I was using it for the backgrounds, right? We did it for all of these when we were painting the backgrounds in here. The liquid acrylic just goes on a lot easier. I don't thin it with any water, and I don't thin it with any medium. So when I use the details on this is always my heavy body acrylics with lots of medium, but the backgrounds, because they're big flat colors, I use liquid acrylics. So I do the same when I lay out something that's really colorful like this. Hi, Miss Gray, nice to see you. Thank you for popping in. So, you know, it's just, this is the first coat, just a base coat, and it's really like a drawing. So you want to kind of think of it in a way. I used to use this when I would do some of my trompe-l'oeil pieces that were comic books. I wanted to have, you know, big flat colors at first, and then I would go in and try to fix them. I did the same thing with my other cookie paintings often, because they're very, very colorful and they have big, big shapes. You decided to restart your painting because the start was wrong, and I decided just to scrap it. But before I did that, using my own mixed black. Is that right? And you greatly enjoyed. I'm so glad, Cupie. That is what we are using here. I did add just a touch of white, so it wasn't a straight black for this. But really just a little bit. I just kind of want, again, to get just a base coat down on everything and think of this as my drawing to get in here. So, but this is going to be really cute, and it is going to be, I would say, more photorealistic, if you could believe that, more photorealistic than even some of my other pieces. And when I say that, I mean, I'm really going to go in and try to get things super, super accurate. Sometimes when I do something like this that's like homemade, and you know, you can make those personal choices yourself, but particularly when I get something that's like homemade, you know, I have a choice, right? Because as I blow this up, I can see on my image here, like my flooding didn't get all the way around. That's what they call it when you put the icing down in the middle of a cookie. It didn't get all the way around to the border, but I kind of like that. I like that homemade look. So, so I'm going to go ahead and include it most of the way in the painting. So it's going to look very, very realistic, and you just have to decide that for yourself if you're doing something. And Willow, I will check. So, okay, thank you very much. So anyway, so I'm just going to pop in here and we're going to hop around. I was really proud, actually, and I learned a lot from those cookie classes. So it was a bunch of different short cookie classes in one. I'm most of the way through the whole first section, I would say, but it was a few hours worth of cookie classes, and it was definitely good to build up my skill set. So I did learn how to flood the cookies in sections so that we have this kind of divide in here again, like when I made my kitty cat. So I have this divide where the tail is versus the body versus the head. So that was fun to learn a little bit more of a skilled way. I was muddling along, right? I did it, but I was muddling along. And so it was nice to learn the right way to do it. It made me feel like a pro. Although I'm not a pro, so I'm getting there though. And I'm determined to learn much, much more. So I had signed up for this person's, a lot of her classes actually. And so some of them are on building gingerbread houses a little bit better. So again, I want to just kind of develop that skill set, some really interesting, you know, effects that you can do on the cookies. Different piping methods for cakes and stuff. So I want to learn all of that so that I can make some really cool paintings, because that's what we do here, right? Beautiful, happy, joyful paintings. And so, you know, I thought about that actually the other day. Got a little piece of fuzz in my brush. I was thinking about that the other day. You know, why, somebody asked me, I think last week, why do you paint realism? And I think I gave, you know, the best answer that I could on the spot there. But it does help me to talk about things on Twitch. And I think really for me, and everybody's motivation is a little bit different, but really for me, I look at my paint and I'm like, how could I take this and this little brush and make something joyful? And so for me, I want to represent things that are joyful. And I think this one is super cute. I was deliberating about a title for this, and upon conferring with my husband, who's much wiser about things sometimes than I am, so he said that he suggested just call it Happy Halloween. And it's a happy Halloween, right? It's all these happy little characters, and I think it's going to be really, really cute. And I kind of, I'm just going to say, because I don't often make this kind of comparison, but I kind of defy the odds. I kind of do things a little bit differently. I don't make things that are serious and dark and brooding. I want things to be filled with joy. I don't think that is a bad way to approach painting. I can still take it seriously. I can still take the art form and the technique very seriously and create something that is joyful, I think. So hi, Cop. It's so nice to see you. Thank you for coming back. So that's the question I asked. How do I take this little bit of paint and a little brush and make some joy? And, I think that, not to get like a little too philosophical, but when you can see that I can do that, or that I at least aim to do that, and that I can get something that looks very, very real, like this, then, I think that is a part of recognizing our humanity, right? That human beings with nothing other than very simple things in front of them can create things that are magical and joyful. And so that's, again, it helps me to articulate some of these things when I'm live on Twitch. But anyway, so that's what we're going to do. This one is going to be for all the childlike joy and fun of Halloween that we remember. So little smiling kitties, little smiling jack-o'-lanterns, and little smiling ghosts all having a big party together. And like I said, depending on how quickly I can get this whole thing done, I might try one of the other ones, maybe a little bit smaller. But I did photograph piles of just the pumpkins, just the ghosts, and just the kitties. So I might tackle one of those as well. At least one of those this year anyway. We'll have to see. And just for anybody who hasn't seen before, I did sit over here. This is one of my cookies that I did before, one of my cookie paintings on a frosting swoop. And so, flat painting, pretty realistic. So that's sort of what we're going to do here, except that we're going to go over the entire board. You're biased to the kitties. Yes, I understand. They were super cute, and I'm a kitty person too, so I do understand. I wanted everything to be really, really sweet. I wanted it to be very not scary, because I try to say all the time in here, I want my art to be accessible to people. It's 12 by 16, Cop, so 12 inches tall. We're going to show you the whole thing. So about 12 inches tall and 16 inches across. So not the biggest piece, not the smallest piece, but it's a nice size for me. I think I can get it done in a reasonable amount of time. That's what we're crossing our fingers for anyway, a reasonable amount of time. And so we will have to see. But like I said, you guys seem to make me more efficient, weirdly, when I'm on Twitch. And so we're just going to try. We're going to try. I know that August seems awfully early for Halloween, but like by standards that are now set out in the grand world, it's not. Like everything starts decorating really, really early. And I know Disney World starts their Halloween parties like in the middle of August, right? So everybody gets an early start. That seems crazy to me because I just remember it being very much reserved to October when I was a kid. I'm glad we have that effect. I think it's most times it's the opposite. That's funny, Kewpie. No, I don't know. Y'all make me very, very efficient. Maybe it's because I feel like I can't stop in front of you. I don't know. Everyone's just dying to feel some joy. There you go. Just dying to feel some joy. So I said, one of the things that influenced me, particularly for this piece, because it's a little Halloween themed, right, is when I was a kid and I was growing up, when we would trick-or-treat, and we trick-or-treated in the daytime in my little town, they had all the kids did it at the same time, right after the downtown parade, and we trick-or-treated in sequence throughout the town. And there was this wonderful lady who, I'm sorry, saw a message. There was this wonderful lady who, at her house, when you trick-or-treated, she set up a cookie decorating table. And I thought that was really strange and really beautiful, that you could go in or you just go across the porch and just decorate your own little cookie. So anyway, yeah, it was a lot of fun. And I thought that was really, really unique. So anyway, I'm kind of trying to, I guess, capture a little bit of that. This is different from usual work. How realistic? Super realistic, Phil, to answer your question. Super realistic. So I showed at the beginning, Phil, I'll show them to you again. I spent most of my last 2 days working with, here we go, just again for anybody, cookies. So I baked real life cookies, Phil, and I took a bunch of cookie classes, portions of my cookie class. So here's my little cookies, and piled them up and took different photos of them. Yeah. So anyway, really, really realistic. So we're gonna do I call these pile paintings. I think Plo calls them pile paintings too. I don't know if that's an official term, but there's a lot of artists who have done pile paintings where it's just basically a pile of objects, and then you try to paint them realistically or photorealistically. So like I said, we're going to aim for maybe a slightly higher degree of photorealism in this one than we typically would. Sometimes I do change things up or simplify things a little bit for my other paintings. But in this particular case, I really want it to kind of capture all of that homemade decorated quality of the cookies. And so we're going to go photorealistic, but today is just blocking out colors. And so that might not look like much. It might not look like very impressive at this point, but it's kind of like a base, that you have to create for yourself before you get to the fun part. If that was, I would have been surprised. That's funny, Phil. Thank you. I worked really hard on learning the cookies to get them, a little bit, semi-professional anyway. So if I had nearby, a really nice bakery that I could go and buy things and then pile those up. I used to do that sometimes when I did some of my baked good paintings. I would just buy them. Oh, thank you, Phil. I used to just, buy desserts sometimes at the grocery store and then photograph them to paint them. But, first of all, I don't know what their assortment would be. It's pretty limited, right? So I'm like, because I'm a little kooky, I'm like, well, I'll just teach myself to paint professional cookies. Or to, make professional cookies and then paint them if that's what I want to do. Cop, you're on a 5-stream streak. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. That means a lot to me, Cop, that you keep coming back. You're just, you just can't get enough. So thank you, Cop. So we're just gonna, I think that for me, like when I get an idea of what I want to paint, no matter what it is, even if it's, an ice cream cone or whatever, I've said before, I like taking my own photos. I like being in control of my whole thing. And I like being able to bake or scoop my own ice cream. I like being able to decorate my own stuff. And So I would prefer to do that rather than rely on somebody else or stock imagery or AI or something like that. Have you ever pranked folks painting something and putting it in place of the original subject to see if you can catch them? I used to just, when I painted some trompe l'oeil, I would post pictures. I think I mentioned this before, but I would post pictures of both my original subject, because at that time I wasn't photographing them on using my phone as a reference. I was actually just putting the object on my easel, taped to a panel or attached to a panel somehow. So when I finished my painting, I would take a photo of that sitting directly next to the other one, and then you had to guess which one was which. So that would be the closest thing, I guess, Phil. Maybe not directly a prank. I don't know what I was trying to accomplish other than to be like, well, that's pretty impressive. But yeah. So I'm hoping, like I said, that this one will come along fairly quickly. We'll see. But I'm hoping for fairly quickly. And then I really, really, really want to get this to pop. If it looks too illustrative, if it looks just like, like flat illustrated shapes, then that's not the effect that I'm looking for. I really want it to look a little bit magical, like you could just reach into this board and grab one of those cookies. So that will be the goal eventually. But like the actual design of the subjects, I wanted it to be like a little bit whimsical and childlike. I think I like the idea of being able to create something that as a subject that anybody could create, right? Even a kid, and then be able to replicate that and elevate it in, a sense of realism or photorealism. I think that taps into some part of people that makes everybody feel like that their creativity is respected. I guess that's a way to say that. That I want to make sure that everybody feels like their creativity, whether you're a baker or a kid drawing a cartoon, that in some way your creativity is respected, because I'm going to take it and try to make it into something realistic. No worries, Phil. I appreciate it. So it's I could make something brooding, right? I showed you some of my work from when I was in college a couple weeks ago. I could make something dark. I could choose all kinds of subjects if I was just going to say I'm a still life painter and I'll paint anything that I can find around the house. But at this point in my career, I am choosing to paint joy in whatever form pops into my imaginative little head, that I can create something. And I've said before, I am not good at just drawing or painting directly from my imagination. I need a reference. So when I started doing like my cookie pieces last year, I tried to follow the same kind of pattern that I followed for my ice cream paintings and for my other food paintings, where I had a reference. So I was like, okay, if I want to do something that's more creative, I'm going to need to build a real life model first, and then I will have a reference for myself. So that opened me up to all kinds of possibilities, right? And so now I feel like, whether I would continue to bake and do it that way, but just the idea that I can create anything in real life as a model in some form of a sculpture or arrangement, and then paint that as part of my imagination. Like I said, I could have picked up some cookies from the grocery store. However, first of all, I really enjoy learning to make the cookies. I think that's really cool. And secondly, what I said, I wanted this to be really cute. I wanted everything to be smiling. I wanted everything to be looking at each other. So that's something that I have to have total control over. I can't rely on just, going to the grocery store and crossing my fingers that there's going to be a bunch of smiling cookies there waiting for me. So I would rather have full control, so that when I design something, that I am able to, you know, alter it or whatever in whatever way I see fit, and rely on that. Because I remember doing that actually, even for the models, if I think about that, even for just regular dessert models, like when I was doing that, I would have to be dictated to by the store whatever it was I was going to paint that week, because they didn't make the same desserts every week. So if I was going to paint, if I wanted to paint a fruit tart, but they didn't have any fruit tarts there, or the fruit tarts they had were, you know, slim pickings and they were kind of ugly, then I didn't, you know, have anything that I'd have to pick something else. And so I didn't like that. And so I very much like this direction for my pieces, to be able to build something in real life, create something in real life, and then figure out how to paint it. So I think it makes, again, something that's a little bit more magical, a little bit more fun, and certainly more creative for me. And maybe that makes me a crazy person, because I will say this takes a lot of time to make all these cookies. But I don't know. I have all these. I've said before, I keep a sketchbook, right? I keep a sketchbook of all these things that I would like to paint, and I will never have enough time to do them all. But I keep having ideas pop in my head, and I sketch them out. And if I want to really get that fulfillment creatively and still be able to push my skills, then I have to dictate what it is that I want to paint and find a way to create that as my reference, rather than just randomly relying on things that I see. What did you create recently? What did you create, Cop? What did you create? I very much admire, by the way, people who can paint from their, or draw from their imaginations directly. I think that's an incredible skill. It's just not one that I have. So I have to build something. Oatmeal counts? Did you create oatmeal for yourself? Yeah, we're going to say that counts. Sure. Boy, that would be hard to paint. A bowl of oatmeal? That'd be really hard to paint, Cop, I think. I have to confess, though, I have wanted to paint a bowl of cereal before. I did paint a lot of cereal in that gingerbread neighborhood. Man, oh day, that was a nightmare. If you haven't seen my gingerbread neighborhood that I painted, please go on my website, because boy, I suffered for that one. But if you look at it, it was 4 feet long. It took me 400 hours. And if you look at the trees in particular, but actually a lot of the other stuff, but the trees in particular, they were made from Lucky Charms, dry Lucky Charms mixed with green frosting. And I replicated them in paint, and that was a beast. There's Cinnamon Toast Crunch all over the painting. Not, I painted it, not actual Cinnamon Toast Crunch. I copied it from the Cinnamon Toast Crunch. There's a marshmallow roof with little hearts on one of the houses from the Lucky Charms cereal. There's a lot of cereal, and like thousands of pieces of cereal. That was insane. Please don't ever let me do that again. So anyway, some time ago, I've been making wooden sailboats. Nice. That's pretty cool. Wooden sailboats, I like that. Is that something that you have done? Like, are you always a woodworker, Cop? I don't actually know. But that's pretty cool. So again, we're just roughing in shapes today. For anybody who's just popping in, we're just roughing in shapes. This is gonna look really rough, but over the next few days, it's gonna transform, I promise. So as I said, for anybody who's just coming in, I spent my week, this week, baking cookies, like actual real life cookies. I have a pile of them sitting here. I photographed them in a bunch of different arrangements. And so this is the one that we've chosen, and we're aiming for photorealism in this. And so this is just the first layer down. No, you're in it. Oh, Like real life? Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you meant like model making. So you're in an actual sailboat? Oh, that's pretty amazing and impressive. So when I use the liquid acrylics, I do still tend to wipe my brush off on my palette just to get some extras. Oh, no. Okay. Sorry. Clarify for me, Cop, then. I'm sorry. I misunderstood. I only wash my brush off every once in a while just because it gets a little bit crusted on there. Again, these are liquid acrylics, so I don't have to add any medium. I never add any water to my paint. For anybody who doesn't know, if you've not been here before, I never, ever, ever. You're a developer. Oh, in IT. Okay. So what was the wooden sailboats then? But that's very impressive too, by the way, an IT developer. Again, my husband takes care of the stream stuff, so I'm lucky I can get it running. So I definitely appreciate somebody who has some tech skills. So one other thing that this is going to do, and the reason that I picked the black as opposed to any of the other colors for the base, is a lot of the little features on all these little characters' faces. Maybe my frosting wasn't exactly where I wanted it to be. Maybe I just think that I can tweak it just a little bit. So like the little smile on this ghost face, I tweaked it just a little bit from where my original was. Oh, sailboats are inherited hobby. Nice. That's pretty impressive though. Very, very cool. Very, very cool. And quite skilled. Your father was a builder. That's really neat. That is really, really neat. I was beginning to think I wouldn't see you, but good morning. Yeah, I'm sorry, Plo. I was a little bit late. Part of that was just technical issues. Part of that was just sometimes I'm a little late. So sorry about that. But yes, nice to see you, Plo. Thank you so much. So Plo, I finished, I keep saying finished. I didn't finish. I did a lot of my cookie class on Tuesday, but enough that I felt like I could adequately decorate all of my cookies, and I did a pretty good job, Plo. So I'm just gonna hold one up for you. So I have all these little nice cookies that I did, all these little jack-o'-lanterns, and with little indented faces too, which will be nice for the painting, and my little ghosts. So I designed those ones myself, and that is what we have. Piled them all up. So I have my big pile of cookies here, Plo, and yeah. So we're just gonna keep trucking on through and just lay down the first coat of all this black color. And again, I'm doing that one first because it allows me to tweak this a little bit as I go so that I can adjust the shapes of little things where maybe I didn't. I want to try to stay pretty close to the original reference photo that I took based on those cookies, but if I can tweak a few little things here and there. Thank you so much, Plo. I really appreciate that. I promised too that I would share the secrets. If you want to hear them at some point, Plo, I would share the secrets of the royal frosting or the royal icing, because it is tricky. It is tricky, but it definitely was a very, very helpful class. And like I said, it's kind of empowering, right? Because for me, wanting to paint things that are beautiful and fun and whimsical and that are food-based, it's kind of empowering for me to feel like I'm starting to develop a skill set to be able to create all of those crazy things in my imagination, to build these real life models, and then be able to paint them. So yeah, I really kind of want to get to the advanced piping class because I think it would be wonderful to learn all of those really fancy, decorative piping techniques. I think it's actually really interesting because I'm going to go on a rant for a second, but in baking, does anybody remember like the Wilton cakes from the 80s? Well, like 60s, 70s, 80s? The Wilton cakes that had those wonderful whimsical designs of usually like pretty well-known cartoon characters and such. And you remember those, Plo? And then they'd have like the little dots of frosting, like a little flower dot sort of, or a little star dot, I think they called it, of the frosting. And I was reading about them a few weeks ago, and what I read was that they kind of fell out of favor because modern day decorating, people tend to use a lot of fondant and other things that are not actually really great to eat, but they can make, really fancy sculpted stuff. And so that's usually what you see in a lot of the really fancy cake, videos that you might see online, or decorated things, is people just sometimes even on like those baking shows, everybody's using fondant. And I personally don't like fondant. I don't think that that's, I want everything to like actually taste good if you're going to bake something. And I want to see what you can do with frosting. So I'm much more impressed by people's advanced frosting techniques. And so that's something that I really would like to learn. Not so much the fondant stuff, just like the frosting. How do you manipulate the frosting? You actually learned how to do that for cakes years ago. Is that right? That and the frosting flowers. Very, very cool, Plo. My aunt used to be a really great cake decorator. She took the Wilton classes when I was very young. And so she used to make really beautiful cakes for my sister and I. And I do actually have some of her materials. And so I was looking at those a while back. And it is something I might tackle, actually, for painting purposes. I might tackle some kind of a Wilton cake theme and try to get that frosting in there. Because I just think it's really, really beautiful. There's kind of a little bit of a nostalgic resurgence for it. And so you can find more today than maybe you could a few years ago. A little bit more tutorials online and such, but yeah, it was really impressive. It's really impressive what you can do with just frosting. And so maybe I would move on to fondant stuff someday, but for painting purposes, I just think the idea of frosting is much more interesting to me. I took a really cool art inception reference yesterday. My husband did a bookstore diorama kit, so I took pictures of that to try and draw. How cool is that? That's thinking outside the box, Plo. That's very, very cool. I like that. I like that very, very much. I will be really interested to see how that goes. That's kind of neat because that's like a nice, kind of like I guess kind of like I would say with the the trompe-l'oeil pieces a little bit, but just a nice dimensional thing going on there. So that's pretty cool. That'll be really interesting. And then you'll have some perspective and stuff to include in that as well. I like that, Plo. I'm very, very curious. Very, very curious how that goes for you. I have one of those diorama kits for myself. I was thinking of doing a series of paintings with progress as I'm building. Neat. I like that train of thought, Plo. I like that very, very much. That really is very, very cool. Very, very cool. I follow a lot of miniature builders on my Instagram. I don't go on my Instagram too much, but again, I'm trying to get back at some point here. But I do follow a lot of miniature builders because I think that that's just such a neat thing. And I had a dollhouse when I was young, and once in a while my parents would take me to see one of the dollhouse shows, and I just thought, and I saw one myself a few years back, but I just thought the idea of a miniature setting of reality was just such a cool thing. So I would be very curious to see how that goes for you, Plo. You love making miniatures. I've done things from different things from scratch. I collect so much garbage for it. Is that right? I've seen, lots of really interesting, approaches for the miniatures. And so I think that's very, very cool. I think that's very, very cool. But I love that that's, you know, I love that that's you, you know, just very much thinking outside the box, Flo. I do. I love that. And it's something that you enjoy. You know, if you enjoy dioramas and miniatures anyway, that's a pretty cool thing. It is a pretty cool thing. All right. So we're just gonna, again, what I'm probably gonna do is we're blocking out all these base shapes. When I get to a point where, and you'll see this if you haven't seen it before, when I get to a point where I need to add layers to this, what I will do is take my stipply brush. And my stipply brush, if you want to look right here on this image, just as an example, if you can see how the icing has kind of this like little sparkle to it, and it has, you know, obviously the curvature of the shape. So that's something that's very similar actually to what I do when I make my ice cream cones. And so I will take my little stipply brush, which is just this little rough brush, and I will add the paint layers to it, and then I will go over it and I will turn the brush and I will stipple over top of this several times, and that will help me to create the form without adding actual strokes of paint. So it's a much nicer way that I've discovered to distribute the paint without having like discernible brush marks, because for me, I want to create something that's very much illusion. And I don't want you to see, I want you to see paint. I want you to see that it's applied by a human being, but I don't want you to see very distracting brush strokes. And that is very different from me. You've made grandfather clocks, bookshelves, crates, and a dock diorama for your dad. How about that? That is very, very cool. That is very, very cool, Flo. I have never, I don't think I ever made anything directly when I was younger for my dollhouse, but I've seen many tutorials for it just because it's something that I find really, really interesting, how people use, you know, the found objects to create something for the dollhouse. So that is very, very cool. Very, very cool. I like the idea of like that miniature world, right? I just think that that's really, really neat. And again, it's kind of that, I guess it's kind of along the same lines where I'm saying, you know, I like being able to create something from my imagination for like these, something in my head that I wouldn't be able to just paint directly. I need that reference, but something that is very, very, you know, malleable to my imagination. And so I like that idea of the dioramas and the miniatures for you, Flo. I think that's very, very cool. Very, very, you know, open to some sense of malleability so that you can create like your own little world, right? I think that's cool. I do have a question for you on that, Flo, and I don't know if you have an answer for it, but I had thought, I was just curious mostly about it when I was reading something on this, or I would think I was watching a video on it. How do you create greenery? How do you create greenery for like a dollhouse or diorama that doesn't look like too scaled up? Does that make sense? Oh, you went to see the gallery yesterday, got to see all your stuff up on the wall. Oh, I'm so glad, Plo. For anybody who doesn't know, Plo got 6 works into a gallery just recently, and so she just took them over. It happened kind of a whirlwind way, and if I haven't mentioned it, I don't think I did today, but if you haven't followed Plo yet, please go follow her on her channel, because she is an amazing artist as well, and so I know that you will enjoy watching her on her live streams on Twitch as well. So yes, we celebrated Plo getting into a gallery, I think last Friday, was that what it was, when we did our ice cream party. So that's really cool, Plo. Aw, I think my husband just gave you a shout out, so that was nice. So tell me about your stuff on the wall. Were you happy to see it there? So this little pumpkin here, I am changing just the little shape of his mouth, just a little bit, where my frosting skills were a little bit lacking, and I lost some of the. I found that was happening for me a little bit, and I think it's because the cookies that I was making, my frosting consistency was just a little bit off, and so it just wasn't quite of a sharp edge as I would have liked, but I'm working on it. Typically, you would use flocking or paper depending on the size of the piece you want to do. For trees, you would typically use a wire base and paint it to look like branches. Oh, okay. So you would just paint the wire itself? That's interesting. Yeah, you were really happy. They have it kind of mixed with stuff all over. There's a whole wall for mini paintings where a lot of mine is, but there are some super talented people there. Well, now you are one of them, Flo. So we're very proud of you for having your work hanging up over there. That is very, very cool. I'm very proud of you for taking that chance and applying and getting it in there. So I think that's wonderful because you're very, very skilled. Very, very skilled. And that's what you got to do, is just keep taking chances on yourself and opportunities so that other people can see what you can create. What you can create. All right, so I'm just going to scoot over in this direction. Just want to get this little kitty over here before I move on. So let me see. Let's do this little section here. I know this piece looks really complicated, right? There's like a lot of stuff going on here. But I promise that, you know, just working little by little, section by section, like for me, again, this is the part that I consider to be almost like a drawing, where I'm just blocking in shapes so that I have somewhere to go. Now this shadow is not, this is actually not a kitty, so this was my mistake, but it's fine. This is a little shadow that's being cast. It's going to be a little bit lighter, but it's fine because I'm just blocking out the shape right now anyway. So when I come back to it, I will lighten it up a little bit later. To get a little bit of a mark there though. There was one lady who does alcohol inks on glass and has it sandwiched in frames. I want one of her pieces, but you have to save your money for the Comic-Con Christmas event. Well, that sounds cool too. Alcohol inks are pretty neat. I've seen people do those. So yeah, I understand. I like, you know, Cupie said that she likes kitties, right? I did, Phil. But it's all right. It's all right. You know, sometimes even I lose track of all the shapes that I'm working on. And to be fair, that one was pretty dark. So, but that's all right. Yeah. So, all right, so I want to be careful just to come in here. We're just going to shape this one out. I don't want to get this heavy shadow that's here from the pumpkin. I just want to get this little ear. But I was going to say, Plo's saying, you know, she would like one of those alcohol ink works. I do think that tends to be a thing with artists too, right? We might work for our own work and, you know, enjoy seeing other people's work, and then sometimes you see something and you're like, man, I'd really like that piece of art, like that would be cool. And I saw one the other day that was because Cupie said that she likes cats, right? I saw one the other day. It was so cute on Tchotchke art, and it was, I believe, a British painter, and it was a kitty sitting in front of a chalkboard. And the chalkboard was filled with all kinds of formulas that it looked like the kitty was trying to solve. And I just thought that was really, really cute. So anyway, yeah, it was one of those ones where I was like, I would like that. I would hang it in my house. What does that say? Yeah, I got the notification today. I got to the market, so I needed to pay my vendor fee and got some nerdy stuff together for it. Oh, so you're going to exhibit? Is that what you mean, Plo? At the... because it says you got your vendor fee at the Comic-Con event. And Phil, I was there, Gandalf, 3,000 years ago when Kim made a mistake. Oh, I make plenty of mistakes, Phil. Plenty of mistakes. I just try not to qualify them as mistakes, right? They're all things that I try to do to make the painting eventually look more beautiful. So I very rarely call them mistakes. Yes, and yeah, did she take photos? And she says she did. That was a good question, Phil. Did Plo take photos of her stuff hanging in the gallery? Very, very cool. You got into the market as a vendor. I normally do Artist Alley for the regular Comic-Con. I just finished the second year there. I do a lot of nerdcore graphite pictures. I think I've seen some of those on your Twitch channel, right, Flo? Because I think you have like a little slideshow that goes by that's some of your graphite drawings. So what are some of the characters that you specialize in when you're over there? Just good at hiding them or embracing Bob's mantra? What's Bob's mantra? Should I know that? All right, so again, I want to just come right in here. I'm going to try to create, I didn't draw the line where this little face separates. That's not like a big deal because I'm going to fix that later on anyway, but we'll try to put a little separation there just as a guide. I don't know what else to call this painting though. Right now, you know, again, it looks a little rough because it's this very early stage, but man, it's so stinking cute. It's going to be so stinking cute in the end. So happy little, oh, Bob. Oh, apologies. Bob Ross. Yes, sorry. Yes, happy little mistakes, happy little accidents. That's right. Thank you, Phil. That's right. Bob's very supportive and you know, understanding that things happen in painting. You know, that's the thing. When you go on social media and you see some people paint, it looks like nobody ever makes mistakes, but it's not true. We all make a lot and we just find a way to work them into our art. But you know, like painting and drawing and whatever else medium you use, it's all supposed to be a process of problem solving and discovery. And so inevitably with that, you're going to have things that are mistakes. So that's okay. I'm just a girl. I'm just a girl. I just found your TikTok today and oh my gosh, your art is incredible. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. That means a lot to me. Thank you very, very much. I need to get back on TikTok. I haven't posted anything in a little while, but I really appreciate that. And thank you for hopping over here to find me over here. I'm just a girl, so thank you. Plo says a few of them are, let me just see. A few of them are in that slideshow, but I've done Xenomorphs from Predator, yeah. Bowie from Labyrinth, I do love Labyrinth. Mandalorian Gremlins, Fallout Power Armor, very cool, Plo. Very cool, Plo. So yes, please go over and follow Plo if you would like to see her amazing work as well. And amazing work also, Plo, hanging with the art gods, right? How about that? Yeah, we're very proud of Plo. So I'm just a girl. We are here doing a Halloween piece today. And so I baked cookies, like you probably saw on my TikTok. So real life cookies, right? I have a pile of them over here. I'm gonna try very hard to pick this up and not dump it again. So I have a pile of cookies here. I photographed them, and that is what we are painting today. So we're just putting a base coat down, but we are going to get to a realistic stage, hopefully, you know, starting soon. I mean, tomorrow, maybe Saturday. Tomorrow we'll still probably be laying out all of the base colors because it's fairly large. So I had to pop in to see how you layer because you struggle with it. Are you an acrylic painter too? I'm just a girl. Yeah, so everything looks really rough. I see, they're super cute. Thank you very much. Yeah, everything looks very, very rough at the beginning stages. I have different ways of doing this. You can go back and see some of the replays of my other videos, and we have a few of them up on my YouTube as well. If you have that kind of time and you want to go back and watch me for many hours a day. But yes, I do lots and lots of layers. We let them dry, and then we come back and refine them later on. So yes, you're a total noob though. Hey, we all started somewhere, right? I'm just a girl, so that's totally fine. That's totally fine. But yes, lots of layers, and they just dry, you know, as I said, before I go in and layer other things on them. We can take a few of for the team, right? What was that for? If you're struggling with any of the leftover, you could find a home for them. You know, it is a shame because I'm just gonna toss them. I'm just gonna toss them, Phil. I don't make them I don't make them as tasty though as Plo does, because I use them for painting purposes primarily. They smell really good though, I will say. They smell really, really sugary, but I don't put any vanilla in them just because it's not necessary for me for this. And so, you know, I guess if I added vanilla, they'd probably be really, really good. But yeah, I try to make them budget friendly. So since I'm just using them for painting, but boy, they do smell good. I will say that. So. I know that seems a shame, right? It does seem a shame to just make them, to spend so many hours. But you know, I'm a kooky artist, right? That's what we do. That's right. Flo will make them for you. She's a good cookie baker. Almond, lemon, or blueberry extract. I think that might be my issue. I'm impatient and want to just keep layering, but then end up with scabs. Yeah. So I do this in a few ways. This layer right here, I'm just a girl, is just liquid acrylics. So like the fluid acrylics, they call them, from Golden Acrylics. And that's only because I'm on this particular painting. I hardly ever use these. On this particular painting, these are large, you know, areas of color. And so this is just to put the first coat down. But usually what I do is just mix all of my colors with this acrylic glazing medium and just go very patiently. And so each area of my painting will have somewhere between 6, 8, 10, 12 layers of paint. And so they all just build up over time. And that's how, so this is again one that's finished. You may have seen this one on my TikTok. But so again, like 12 layers, probably 10, 12 layers of paint. And it's flat, right? There's no texture on it, but it's all mixed with that acrylic glazing medium. And so it looks really realistic, and it all kind of visually merges together. So anyway, yeah, that's how we do it. So, and yeah, Flo understands. So yes, it's something, you know, it just takes time to kind of get in the practice of doing that. I'm like, what kind of magic? That is incredible. That's a flat painting. Yeah, right, Phil. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, so that is a flat painting, a flat acrylic painting. And it was based on one of my favorite cookies that I had made up to that point, you know. So I think I made that in February or March this year. So witchcraft and wizardry going on in this stream consistently. Thank you very much, Phil. You watch me paint. You watch me paint all the time. There's no witchcraft. There's no wizardry. Thank you. Well, I am a little bit of a cyborg, remember? But it's not my painting hand, so I can't really blame that. For anybody who doesn't know, I have metal plates and screws in my arm from falling last year. So yeah, that was painful. So I'm partial cyborg, but I promise it's not my painting hand though. Did anybody ever see, was it called The Rookie, I think? Or Rookie of the Year? I'm mixing up two films. But did you ever see that one where the kid falls and he like breaks his arm and then he comes back and he like suddenly can throw a baseball like a major leaguer. But that did not happen to me. I'm like, I have to see this with my own two eyes. Thank you so much. Well, I appreciate you popping in. Sue Storm, after doing combat with Doom, absorb tech magic. Is that right? My husband is a big Fantastic Four fan, and I know some, but enough. I like the movie. I like the movie very much, and I read some back in the day, but not a whole lot. So I did see one that just reminded me, though, Phil. Everybody's all excited, right, for Doom with Robert Downey Jr. coming out this December, and I read this comic last year or the year before that came in a little grab bag that my mom had sent to my husband for Christmas, actually, that was picked up from, I think, an Ollie's that had some old comics. And it had this Christmas issue of like a bunch of different stories, but one of them in there was the most adorable thing that I'd ever seen. It was Santa Doom, and it was that I believe that he started out bad, something like that, and he had to take over for Santa Claus and deliver all the toys. And it was just this adorable thing where you realized in the end that he was just a sweetheart inside. And so it was very, very cute. I will have to find that again because it was a very, very cute Christmas story. I love every day that we see Kim. She's got a different nerdy shirt on. I need to get more of them, Flo, right? I really like my nerdy shirts. TeePublic, that is where I get my nerdy shirts. So all artist designed, but thank you very much, Flo. And I've watched this process several times, and it's always amazing. Thanks, Phil. That means a lot to me. Am I the only one not stoked for it? I'm not happy with Robert Downey Jr. being Doom, and I feel like he's just looking for a paycheck. Yeah, well, you know what? The universe maybe has become a little burned out over there. But, I guess we just have to wait and see. So we'll see. It's not something it's not something I'm really, really particularly hyped for. But, we'll have to see. I don't want to knock anybody else who is really excited for it, because I'm sure they're out there. Yeah, it feels like they are trying to salvage cashing in on nostalgia after meshing up the Marvel franchise with so many financial train wrecks. No gravitas. Phil's on your side, Flo. So yeah, I understand. It's a lot of big budget stuff, and yeah, it doesn't always. I thought it was funny. I'll just say this. I thought it was funny the other day, and it's different because it was not Marvel, it was Sony. And I read some announcement from Sony that said something like that they weren't going to do any more of the villain movies that they had started, like Madam Web. Well, not Madam Web, that wasn't a villain movie, but one of the odd characters from Spider-Man, because they have the rights to those. They cited Madam Web and Craven as being like box office failures. And I just thought it was funny because we watched Madam Web, and it was not good. And the executive in the article that was quoted said something like, "Was it a bad film? Who knows?" Like, I know it wasn't a bad film. And it was like there was some arbitrary force that was determining whether or not these things were actually bad films. But we'll see. Morbius syndrome. That's right, Jake. I saw Morbius. It was okay. I didn't see the Craven one though. I didn't see that one. I did see the Madam Web, and it was not good. Superhero fatigue is also real. Yeah, that is true, Flo. That is true. And then at that point they're just kind of you know, trying to keep that train running, and it doesn't always work. I think the old stuff came out of such a place of sincerity, so yeah, that's kind of a shame. But there's still some good stuff out there, like the Daredevil show that's on Disney Plus. That was excellent, actually. If anybody hasn't seen that, that was very excellent. They spent 10 years building to Infinity War, so you care. That is right, Phil. 10 years. And we did care. You're absolutely right. But now they just, you know, I understand. They are who they are, you know, trying to continue running that playbook as far as they can take it, I guess. Bizarre, they spend 200 million plus on these things, 400 million on marketing, and 50 quid on the story. People just don't want eye-chewing gum. Yeah, I understand. Like I said, I giggled at the Spaceballs panel that was making fun of the MC. I'm going to have to see that, Flo, because I have not seen that. And I do want to see the Spaceballs movie because I really like the old one. So I do want to see that panel. I think you had mentioned that to me before in here. But yeah, I understand. Again, I don't want to knock anybody who still is enjoying it, right? So if you're still enjoying it, that's cool. You could still enjoy it. I like lots of nerdy stuff. And so every generation likes different things. And so for some people, you know, the old Marvel films, they were too young to really have been excited about them at the time. So maybe they're into this phase. I don't know. A big fan of the old one. Yeah, I know John Candy. He really, but wrong if you are. Yeah, I miss the old Spaceballs. It's funny because, yeah, I don't know. That's like a quirky sense of humor that I enjoy, and just silly stuff. But yes, I will be very curious what the sequel is like, because we need some people out there who are willing to make fun of the way that things exist now. So maybe that will be the thing. Uncle Buck was one of the funniest films you ever saw. Is that right? I did see Uncle Buck, I think, a long time ago, and I do remember pieces of it. It was cute. I do remember. I'm trying to think. I used to actually, when I was a kid, stay up late and watch SCTV. Did anybody watch that? It was in reruns, but it was the kind of like a Saturday Night Live-ish skit, or maybe it's more like a laugh-in. And it was, but yeah, it was a Canadian show, and it had, I think John Candy on that? I'm pretty sure that he was one of the people on that. I know Rick Moranis was. But yeah, now that I say that, was he on there? Maybe I'm wrong about that. John Candy? Maybe that was not where he was. But it was cute. I used to like those old shows. They would show them on Nick at Night. So Laugh-In and sometimes the old Saturday Night Lives, but they were a little bit later. Then I put the wrong little mark there. That was a little bit late for me. And he was a main cast member. Okay, Flo, thank you for that. I just want to see here. There we go. Just trying to see what I did wrong over here for this little mouth. That's 2 for me today, Phil, but this is a complicated piece. So anyway, I know, right? Yeah, I'm trying to think. There was a lot of there's actually quite a few John Candy films that I know I enjoyed seeing, but I can't. I'm blanking on them right now. All right, let's hop up here. And again, well, I take it back. Let's hop over here. We might as well do this little kitty off in the corner while we're over here, right? Rick Moranis, Catherine O'Hara. Was Catherine O'Hara on there too? Okay. Eugene Levy and Martin Short. Yes, I do remember Martin Short being on there. I do. I mean, I was pretty young when I was watching those. When I was watching those on TV, so I don't remember them super well. But I do remember that I liked that show better than I liked like Laugh-In. And like I said, I didn't get to see too much Saturday Night Live because it was on a little bit later than that. There was another guy that was on the show. Dave, what is his name? Dave Foley? Is that his name? He used to be in a skit with Rick Moranis. And I don't remember what it was called. Dave Thomas, that's it. Dave Thomas, thank you. Flows on the ball, thank you very much. So I used to enjoy those skits. You will have to buy our silence with cookies for my mistakes, Phil. I really am quite a decent baker, actually, for the cookies. And so now to be able to decorate them well enough that I feel comfortable for the painting, that's just nice for me. So even though I didn't put the proper ingredients in these for taste purposes, I am actually quite good at it when I do. So the new Jumanji film looks good. I didn't see a preview for that. I never actually saw the newer one, the one with like, what is it, The Rock and Jack Black. I saw the old Jumanji film with Robin Williams, and I used to really like that one. Him and Rick Moranis for Bob and Doug. That's right, Flo. Bob and Doug. Thank you very much. Yeah, I used to really like those skits. Me and Flo voted ourselves chief tasters of quality control said cookies. New ones are surprisingly good. Is that right? Well, I'm going to have to check. I'm going to have to check them out. Is there just one? Is this the second one or is this the third one then, Phil? Because you said new ones are surprisingly good. So again, as I'm going through this, just remember that, I'm still trying to keep this whole thing flat. So I'm not adding any water or medium to this, but because this is my liquid acrylics, I am going, I'm able to kind of smooth out the brush strokes pretty well. And then when they evaporate to completely dry, they'll be pretty flat. And then as I go in and add the other layers, they will hopefully continue to be pretty flat. So it's going to be... everybody paints a little bit differently. I always say in here, you don't have to paint exactly like me, right? But I don't like brush strokes and I don't like texture. And so everything I do, I try to build the painting as such so that you will not be able to see most of that in the end. All right. We're doing pretty good. I'm an hour and 20 minutes in. I got a third, roughly, maybe a little less than a third painted. So I'm hoping I can at least get, if I could at least get all of the black blocked in pretty well today. Then tomorrow we'll go for, I think, the orange and the white and maybe the green. And those are really the primary colors other than, the actual cookie start and a little bit of pink on the kitty noses and the ghost cheeks. You got me to finally restart on this painting. Is that right? Is that right, Cupid? Hey, you know what? There's no shame in that. No shame in ditching it. Like I said, that one that I showed in here a couple weeks ago, that was the one that I liked so well, that or that I had done when I was oil painting. That's the girl at the concession stand that's sitting on the counter in the concession stand. That there's a precursor to that that's terrible before I got to the good painting. So sometimes you got to scrap it and move on rather than try to fix it, especially when you're like learning. But like I said, even last year when I was doing, because everything I do is learning. Last year when I was doing the cookie pieces, I have two that I didn't finish because I just didn't feel like they were coming together in the way that I wanted them to. So yeah, Plo's cheering you on, Cupid. Gotta be brave like that. So that's good. So the only thing that I'm not really getting correct here is there's shadows, there's hard shadows, right? Hard shadows that are being cast like from this pumpkin onto this little kitty cookie. I won't be able to really shape that out correctly until I go in with some of the other colors. Kiwi is here. Hi, Kiwi. Now cats. Well, cats, pumpkins, and ghosts, Kiwi. So we are painting cookies, real life cookies that I baked the other day. And so I have a pile of them over here, and we are going to try to get them as realistic as we can. So starting projects during the week is always hard for you. Then I get to come home on Thursdays and know I have the time and watch you and get inspired. That is so nice, Kiwi. Or Cupid. I'm sorry, Cupid. That is so nice. And I really, really appreciate that. That's the kindest thing you could have said to me. So thank you for that. I'm glad. Dragging in a bit. Was out of gas earlier, recharged now. I think it's the positive energy and art of the stream. Also the promise of cookies. Everybody's hyped up for the cookies. Everybody wants to eat these things. So they are beautiful. They probably still taste pretty delicious, honestly, even without the vanilla in them. They smell really, really good. They smell really, really good. So yeah, apologies. Apologies for that. So, and Kiwi, thank you very much. Yum. So yeah, they smell really good, and we're gonna try just to do something really cute. We're putting together two things that are not typical, cute and hyper realistic, and that's not a typical thing. That's not. I found that is not a thing that exists too much in the art world. So, you know, photorealism or hyperrealism, whatever you want to call it. Again, I'm pretty loose on the terms, but whatever you want to call it, mixed with cute or happy or joyful, that's just not really, that's my thing. That's my thing. I think you're finally done with packing. Oh, what are you packing for? I'm sorry, Kiwi. Yeah, I don't know. Did you mention something in the other stream? I don't remember. I know that you had gone to Mexico recently, right? But I don't remember if you mentioned something after that, because I know you graduate or you finished your nursing courses, right? Oh, for university, you're going back to school. Wait, so didn't you just finish? Am I crazy? I thought you just finished your nursing test, or was there more that you have to do? By the way, I'm not using a brush that's quite as small as, this is pretty small still, but it's not as small as I usually use. That was summer courses. You're still in prerequisites. Oh, okay. I gotcha. Well, that's exciting, right? No, that's my misunderstanding. I apologize for that, Kiwi. Well, that's exciting, right? That you're going back to school then for the fall. I don't know. But I'm sure that you will do great. I'm sure that you will do great. I'm going to clean up just a little faux pas again right here. So again, when I clean up a mistake, I just take a little bit of medium on a different brush, and then I can scoot the paint pretty easily. So yes, well, oh good, I'm glad, Cupie. I am glad that it's going much better now. Well, you've already had practice on it by doing the other one, right? I really do have to break out that other painting to show y'all at some point the precursor and then the final one from when I did those concession stand pieces, just so you can see, see that not everything goes well the first time, but then when you come back to it, you can generally, recalibrate yourself. So apparently leveled up to affiliate today, whatever that means. Wait, who? Oh, you leveled up to affiliate, Phil? Congratulations. I think that means, somebody correct me, it's like a base number of followers, right? I'm pretty sure. I don't know what, I think you can make money now, Phil. I think you can make money from ads and stuff when you get to affiliate. I don't really know how some people told me different things about like the memberships and stuff. So I don't know if you could do that before. I mean, Cupie knows. I mean, you hit a certain number of followers, viewers, and now you get ads. There you go. I can eat again. That's right, Phil. So congratulations on that. That's very, very cool. If anybody hasn't followed Phil, I said to follow Plo, but please also follow Phil, because Phil is a really great artist as well. And he is doing, are you still doing digital art on your stream, Phil? Drawing, but it's pretty amazing. Pretty freaking amazing. And Phil has a background in game design, and so he is very, very skilled. So wasn't looking to monetize more awareness, maybe get a few commissions. Yeah, right. Yes, the digital dragon. There you go. And my husband just gave you a shout out. So I think I'm going to admit something today though, Phil, because I don't know much about this stuff either. That when last week I mentioned something about giving someone a shout out on here, and I was like, could somebody do that? And I did not realize that you had to be like essentially like a moderator or me to be able to do it. And so it would have really only been, like my husband or Cupie, because they all the moderators in here right now. And I was like, oh, thank you to whoever gave a shout out. And my husband was poking fun at me, saying like the magical computer like gave a shout out to somebody, but it was him. It was him in there doing that. So anyway, I'm still figuring this stuff out. And that was you, Cupie? Okay, good. Thank you. See? Yeah, I didn't know. I guess that makes sense, but I didn't know. It happens, Kiwi. Oh yeah, so I thought it was my husband, but it was actually Cupie. So they gave you the shout out, Phil. So before affiliate, you can only use the money you make back into Twitch. With affiliate, you can actually get cash payouts. There you go, Flo. Yes, so congrats to Phil. And again, please go follow Phil on his channel. If you haven't, I'm actually figuring this stuff out as well. That's right, Kiwi. Are you starting to stream again? Because you said that you were thinking about it, right? I didn't actually know if you started back up. I do think it's funny because if you know how I paint, right, then you're here and you're like, okay, I know what this is going to look like in a while. But if you just pop in and you see me for the first time, you're like, what the heck is she doing? Because that's, it's a little rough right now. It looks rough, right? But I promise that the magic will come together. This is what that has to look like. I actually learned that about the cookie decorating too. I'll tell you in a second here. Cupie knows what she's doing. That's right. Does she moonlight? Asking for a friend. I know, right? Cupie is like, she's on top of things. She's definitely on top of things. She has explained many things to me since I've been here, Phil. So, and Kiwi as well. Kiwi was really good at translating a lot of the, I still don't know them all, Kiwi, but translating a lot of the abbreviations that I would see in here because I'm really not good at online lingo. So yeah. They are the oracles, that's right. So Plo, I learned, just in case you wanted to know, this was one trick that I learned with the royal icing, if you're decorating the cookies, and that's why I say it's kind of like this stage of a painting for the first part of it. Cupie, if you can get stream elements, you can add other commands to your stream, like different shout out or command that pull up your links tools. If you're interested, Mr. Kim, look up stream elements. Okay, thanks very much, Cupie. You were saying something to me, but I'm in ads. Oh, okay, Plo, I'm sorry about that. Are you back? Because I see there's still an ad break going on, so I want to make sure that I gotcha here. Gonna grab a snack while in ads. No worries, Kiwi. I'll be right back. Yes, so just let me know, Plo, when you're back, or if you are back now. Because I was just gonna explain something about the cookies. So yeah, it looks really rough right now. Just trying to tell you, looks really rough. But for anybody just popping in, we aim for high realism here. So please stick around because this becomes this. I promise. Or more like this, because this is a cookie painting. So flat painting, lots of layers of acrylic. It'll eventually get there. Phil, Kiwi and Cupie eating snacks, doing Ninja Stream live stream management without breaking a sweat. I know, right? It's just like in their nature. It's in their nature. Still in ads, but live cough. Good to see you again. Okay, you're out of ads, Plo. And Cupie, for example, you can add a command like supplies, and then it would send a message like, oh, okay, like Kim uses blank, blank, blank. Oh, that's interesting, Cupie. This is truly a skill set that you have. You know that, right? Like a marketable skill set. So Plo, I just wanted to mention briefly, because you had said if I learned anything, useful about the frosting in my cookie class, that you might like to know some of that since you do the cookies. So, and you said that you were having some trouble with the royal icing, and this really did help me. So what I was trying to make was a comparison between where I'm at in the painting right here and what these start out as. And so what you do actually, Plo, for anybody else who's interested, let's just hold up a cookie here, right? So what you do actually, Plo, is you do a little border around everything, right? And then you go in and actually do like what they call a pillow. And so you just do like for this section, like for example, you do like a bunch of squiggly marks, just, not like, squiggly with the icing all over this, and just kind of very rough all over. And then you let that dry a little bit before you go in and flood the icing over top of it. And that will keep the frosting from sinking down in, and that helps to keep it nice and puffy. So I learned lots of tricks in that class, and I was kind of vaguely familiar with them before I took them, but just seeing them all in sequential practice actually was really, really very, very useful. You guys know how to do all this stuff in here. I fumbled through the shout out command after my first 3 raids. I froze. Phil, I understand. I panicked the first time I got raided, right? I think I panicked. So anyway, yeah, it was... I understand, Phil. We're a little older than some of the others, so, but it is second nature to a lot of them in here. And And Phil or Kiwi, you were doing great. Don't worry. That's right. And you love them. Thank you, Kiwi, for the cookies. I was like, what can I do to hide? I actually am just getting ready to start streaming after I get into the dorms. Is that right, Kiwi? Well, then please go look at Kiwi's channel, everybody, too, because we want to make sure that we're supportive when Kiwi starts to do her streams as well. So that's exciting. Yeah, we just have to kind of, I mean, y'all are a lot more adept at some of this, but we just kind of muddle our way through and figure it out. If you look at my first few streams in particular, boy, they look bad. They look bad. We didn't have enough lighting in here, and you know, just the wrong setup for everything. So definitely. Well, you're the one streaming, Kim, so you shouldn't have to focus on trying to reach the keyboard. Yeah, right. Thank you. To give a shout out wherever it may be. That's true. So yeah, of course, Kiwi. Yeah, so we want to definitely be supportive of our community, our little community here. So please go over and check out everybody's channel, right? So Kiwi, Phil, and Plo right now, I think, all have channels in here. If anybody else does that I've missed, please let me know. That's in the chat. I would definitely say as you grow, at least update the panels at the bottom of the stream with supplies, supplies, used equipment, and also a bit of bio. Okay, Plo. All right, so I'm just gonna, again, I want to make sure I don't go too deep right here, because part of that is a shadow and part of it is the actual little eye. Thank you for that, QP. I think that you gave the shout out to Kiwi. Need some for art. What does that say? I need to do something with those. Need some for art for them, I think. I did a test stream yesterday, and it's interesting to try and figure out OBS. I think I got the basics down, just not live, just test mode. Understood, Kiwi. Like I said, my husband takes care of this for me. He's much more tech savvy than I am. And so I really rely on him. I would not be able to get the stream going if he wasn't setting it up for me. I don't know if I would have that technical prowess. So anybody who's doing it on their own, you're to be applauded for that. I'll just come right around here, do a little bit on these little eyes. Just a bit. Now that I feel like I am a little bit more adept at the cookie decorating, I wish I could show you what's in my head right now. Because the possibilities are unlocking for me of things that, you know, again, I want to make things that are joyful and beautiful. And just bring a lot of wonderful, kind of magical art into the world, right? So that is what I want to do. Does your husband moonlight? No, I don't think so, Phil. I'm sorry. I should get him to do this sometime. To explain some stuff to help people, but he's pretty busy doing his work in there as well, so he does that while he's working on my stuff. Thank you. I might be able to acquire cookies for payment. There you go. He sounds like the goat. I know, right? That one I do know, Kiwi. Thank you, though. But promising I will be able to refrain myself from eating them, though. Stream of streaming, I know, right? But like I said, he's very, you know, it's not just the tech stuff, too. But I've mentioned before in here that, you know, he worked at Disney World for a very long time. his standards are very, very high. And so, he always double checks to make sure everything is aligned correctly, in focus. That I just bumped that. Don't tell him. Aligned correctly, in focus, that the lighting is good, that, I'm angled correctly, and so forth. So he's kind of got like a whole thing going on. So it's different, than what he did, but the standards are still there. Hi, Amy the Walker. Nice to see you. Thank you for chatting and popping in here with us today. Yay, we're making progress. So he's good. He's good with a lot of those things. I'm so proud. Oh, good, Kiwi. So Amy the Walker, if it's your first time in here, welcome again. And we are aiming to go for really high realism like this one. So this is an earlier cookie painting that I had done. That's what we're going to do here. And this is based on real life cookies that I actually baked and decorated on my off Twitch days this week. So we are working on that. Surprisingly good. What about you? And Elga, hi, welcome back. How are you, Elga? So nice to see you again. So we are working on a cookie painting, Elga, with lots of really sweet, cute little Halloween cookies. I want to eat it. Thank you, Kiwi. Yes, I have so many cookies here, but I said I didn't put any vanilla in them because that was, only for the purposes of, thank you very much, QP, for sharing the link to my website. Yeah, this is only for the purpose of my painting, not for actual eating, so I didn't waste the vanilla by putting that into the cookies, but they still smell super good, so I'm sure they're still good. So yes, so I should show my cookies again. I was very proud for anybody again who's just popping in. I took a professional cookie decorating, most of a course on Tuesday, and I still have a lot more to go, but I have been doing very, very well with it. And so, so we are doing a cookie painting. So what I did was I baked, I'm just going to show you with hopefully not dumping my thing. So we baked a whole bunch of cookies on Tuesday while I was, or actually we baked these on Sunday. I decorated them on Tuesday after watching all of my class, and so they're really cute and fancy. We did a photograph of them outside like this, and so we are painting the pile of the cookies. So yes. So thank you so much. Amy, you said saw the word Halloween and I got interested faster than I understand math. That's funny. Well, welcome in. I hope that this will be entertaining for you. All of my paintings start out very, very rough like this. But again, we aim for really high realism like this. So flat painting, looks real, that's what we go for. And so, we have a bunch of these sitting over here like this. So anyway, that's what we try to do. Thank you so much, Amy. So I thought this would be nice and fun and whimsical and just bring a little bit of joy into the season. So yes. So let's just see if there's anything else over here or if I need to flip that. I think I need to flip it. So we're just going to flip this over. We'll scoot it over, I think, a little bit and just try to do the next section. So I'm going to go ahead. I believe this is dry. I normally wouldn't put my phone on my surface, but we're going to do that just to keep everything sort of in perspective here. And again, I photograph that for anybody who's interested. I don't always photograph things. I always photograph my own subjects. I always do my own subjects and build them from life, whatever kind of food that I am painting. But I did photograph this one in really bright sunlight. And I did that because I wanted there to be really strong shadows and highlights on the cookies. So it depends on the painting. Sometimes I want, much softer, more reasonable shadows. But for this one, I did really want some really, really strong shadows in there. So it worked out well. I gotta move fast when I do that though, because this little backyard that I have, it gets dark really, really fast. And I've said that before for my gardening, that it gets really dark too early on. And so I did have to get this photographed fairly quickly in the day. And like I said, I did multiple setups. So we're gonna do this one first. But I'm going to maybe rotate in one or two other ones, because I did photograph just my kitty cookies, just my pumpkin cookies, and just my ghost cookies on their own. And they came out pretty adorable too, as a big pile painting. So we're gonna have to see. My computer is almost dead. Be right back, searching for charger like a mad woman. No worries, Kiwi. I appreciate it. I hope that you find your charger. So yeah, today is gonna look a little bit rough. We're only just blocking in major shapes and just using this color. This is not real black. This is a black that I mixed using 2 liquid colors of acrylic. So it is Payne's Gray and oh good, I'm glad you found it, Kiwi. It's Payne's Gray mixed with burnt umber. And I do that because it is typically a much richer version of a black color than if you use something straight out of the tube. So I did put a tiny bit of white in there. Anyway, and this is going to just be the first base layer, and then we're going to gradually build up our layers with a lot of different techniques as we go. I'm so glad, Kiwi. A lot of different techniques as we go that will help to build out the dimension and refine the color. And so the one thing that we do want to do with something like this, I do this with all of my paintings because I mostly paint food, is that I want to always try to make things look very organic, like they have lots of lovely texture and realistic kind of reflections on them. And so I use kind of a stippling motion with a little rough brush that I have. And so that is what I will do with these cookies as I go, because you can see on my reference image, like they have all this lovely kind of rounded off, almost like a sparkly sheen. So we're going to try to replicate that in the paint. And that just requires layers. And so that is what I will be doing over the course of the next, hopefully, week. Always yummy. Thank you, Kiwi. But it is, I'm going to show real quick, just for anybody who hasn't seen this before, because I know there are a few new people in here. So this, for example, I can't fit the whole thing into the frame, but this was our butter pecan that we painted last week. And you can see the cone down here. This is done with that stippling motion where it has lots of different layers of paint. I don't use brush strokes. It's like a bunch of little stippled shapes over top of each other. And so it makes it have a very soft, organic kind of feel to it. And so that's really what we're going to try to do through this whole painting in here. Thank you very much, Amy. That's what we're going to try to do through this whole painting in here. It's just going to require some patience and multiple layers in here. I don't know about you, but I find the more detail something has, the easier it is to do, because sometimes you can hide mistakes or imperfections. That's an interesting approach, Flo. I'm just kind of crazy about my details. So, but yes, I mean, I understand what you're saying. But I don't know if it applies to me. That's just not how I do stuff. But again, I'm a little obsessive. I think that the reality is that's probably a much healthier approach. So, there's lots of different ways that people paint, right? And so, something where they're painting something coming out of shadow is actually a lot easier than painting something that's very brightly lit or straightforward, because you can't hide anything in this particular case. Everything is just kind of here for the taking. And so that's most of my work tends to be that way, where it's very brightly lit, that I don't have stuff emerging out of the shadows, that everything, even like my ice creams are on white backgrounds, right? So it's like all there. I can't really hide much in there. But maybe if I get into, you know, some of the small sections, maybe that's more applicable to me. But again, I'm very weirdly picky about stuff. Maybe it's not weird. Maybe that's just the way I am though, right? So yeah, today will probably consist mostly of this black color. I feel a little guilty that I don't stay for the whole stream, but someday I will, from very beginning to end. Thank you for sharing the process. Please take care of yourself. Heat is dangerous these days. Thank you very much, Elga. Yes, I'm fortunate to stay in the air conditioning a lot of the day, but when I do head out to my little garden, yeah, it's been a little hot off and on. So, but I appreciate that very, very much. Thank you, Elga, and I hope that you have a good day too. What I mean is simple shapes, like if they aren't exact. Oh, okay, yeah, no, I understand what you're saying, Plo. Something complex like your ice cream, you don't have every little dot. Yes, I think somebody said that the other day, right? Was it Janica that said, like, it doesn't have to be every pixel in its place. It's just the implication of the shape, or the implication of the form, or the implication of, you know, the color. So I understand what you mean, Plo. I apologize. Yes, but I'm pretty sure Janica was the one who said something to that effect. It doesn't have to be every pixel in its place, because that will drive you absolutely batty. And like I said, I did try to do that when I was painting a few years back, and then I found a better way. So the little stipply method that I use works a lot better for me in building paint layers that are more organically convincing than if I really try to go in and paint every single minute detail. So yeah, I understand what you mean by that, Plo. Thank you. Sometimes I have all these little splotches on here and I forget which one is actually the wet one that I'm working with on my palette here. Eventually I figure it out, or I just give up and make a new spot. But yeah, for anybody who's just popping in, I understand that, you know, like, this looks really weird right now. I don't know what else to say except just hang on. Eventually it won't. Eventually it will look very, very realistic. But you got to get through this stage. And that's why I was saying to Plo earlier that I learned in my cookie decorating class that I was taking, that the cookies are kind of very similar, because when you work with royal icing, as I did when I made these little cookies for the painting, that you have to actually put a base layer down that is called like a pillow, and the pillow of frosting is just a bunch of squiggly lines, but it holds the rest of the flood of frosting in its place so that it doesn't create any weird little craters and stuff. Kiwi, it's gonna look amazing, trust that. Thank you, Kiwi. I hope so. Eventually we can eat it. The painting, Phil, we don't want to eat the painting, right? Or the cookies. Again, I wish I could, if I could ship them to you, Phil, I would. So, but I don't think they're as good without vanilla, honestly. It's not like I've never made actual cookies in the past that don't have vanilla in them, if I've really been in a pinch. So you can still get by with it, but they're not, you know, not the most spectacular. I can tell you my cookie baking secrets though. Would you like to know? Vanilla is the secret ingredient to everything, I know, right, Cupie? I would like to be able to include like a vanilla bean paste. That's like the ultimate vanilla. I used to actually use Madagascar vanilla, which was also quite expensive, and but it made a big difference in the taste of the cookies. But I have found the real secret to baking sugar cookies, or if there's a few actually, for anybody interested in not just the painting. Yes, such a vanilla lover. And salt, is that right? And salt too. Vanilla bean paste and Madagascar vanilla. Yeah, those are some good vanillas. Oh, I see I got that's 3, Phil. I've made another faux pas right here. So I don't know if I can get that off still. So a couple secrets to baking sugar cookies that are really nice is, and one I learned in the class is a pinch of salt in any sweet treat is so good. I do it to my coffees. Is that right? But I also require high intake. That's funny, especially in gluten-free cookies. Yes, I understand that, Kiwi. That is the other thing. These are just regular flour cookies. But whatever you're using, one trick that I learned in the class is that you should actually roll out your dough between 2 pieces of parchment and put that in the refrigerator, as opposed to putting the big ball of dough in the refrigerator and letting that chill. And then you could just take out this stiff board of cookie dough so that you can cut right into it. Then you don't have to actually, what that prevents you from doing is you don't have to add the extra flour that you usually would, so that, you know, your cookie cutter cuts out. So that was one trick that was very, very helpful. And the other thing that I do, this is not technically a rule, but I learned this years ago when I baked cookies in larger quantities. Interesting, I don't think I can do that with 7 double batches though. I don't know, Flo, you could just keep piling them up, right? Between the dough or between the thing, I don't know. The other thing that I do is I don't, my cookies typically, I just bake them until the edge of the cookie is solid, and then the center of the cookie will bake the rest of the way kind of on its own when it's out. So as long as the edge of your cookie, when you touch it, doesn't indent or anything, it should cook the rest of the way on its own out of the oven, and that way you don't burn your cookies. But again, that's just a trick that I learned a long time ago, and it's kind of hard to explain because they kind of have to get a feel for it. You shouldn't eat raw cookie dough, right? And so it kind of changes for the circumstance. But yeah, that was one thing that I did there. Close to get it. Do I make the cookies? Is that, you want to make cookies too, Kiwi? Yeah, I like that trick though, rolling out the dough. It really did help because then I didn't have to add the extra flour. So anyway, just a cookie decorating or a cookie baking insight. I was lucky though, because I had, I said I wanted to bake the 3 I wanted to make the Halloween cookies. I really only had 3 cutters. These were the 3 that I had. I had some other kind of weird looking ones that were not, they're like the ones that kind of make like an indentation in the cookie. They never really came out right that way. So I was lucky to find these 3. So, also, my secret to sugar cookies, I use salted butter and don't give a care about it. Is that right, Flo? That'd be a lot of salt for me, man. I don't know if I could handle that, but I do understand. I think we used to use salted butter back in the day when I made cookies when I was young, too. So I'm not supposed to eat the dough. Probably not the raw dough, Phil. Yeah, if it has raw egg in it, yeah. Not raw. Oh, this is the other thing, and this is a trick that I did here. For this, if you are out of eggs, or if you don't like eggs, you can just use banana. So these are actually made with banana. But you would just, again, I don't want to eat these ones even now because it's been sitting out for a few days, but they still hold up. But yes, you can use a half a banana as a substitute for an egg in cookies. So yes, all kinds of little tricks. All right, so again, exactly like the tasters for the king and queen, safe to eat raw doughs have no eggs and no heat treated, and have heat treated flour. That's right, Cupie. That is right, Cupie. The most dangerous part is the raw flour. Yes. So yeah. It's a shame that we can no longer, we probably weren't supposed to do it back in the day either, but yeah, not safe to eat raw cookie dough. Learn something new every day. I think it's interesting. Everybody has their own way, right? With cookie baking, I think. Everybody has their own best approach, their own secrets, their own family traditions or whatever. But I did really enjoy learning, particularly the decorating stuff. The decorating stuff. There's a reason why they were compelled to create a safe-to-eat raw version. That's right, because yeah, everybody was munching on the cookie dough. That is very true. What was that I missed? Never did me any harm as a kid having a bowl after your mom. I think, you know what, I think food was different back then, Phil. I think food was different. I think food practices were different. So, sad to say, we have to be a little more cautious. So, I was supposed to have 3 arms, right? I like the ones that don't have gluten. The safe-to-eat cookie doughs that don't have gluten, Kiwi. So one thing too that I did with the decorating, and I hadn't actually done it that much before, a little bit, but I learned that something called a scribe tool is very, very useful. That's very, very useful for moving your frosting around. And I actually used it a little bit for drawing on the cookies. So the little eyes and the little whiskers and stuff on the kitty cookies were actually created by dipping my scribe tool into the frosting and then drawing it on that way. So Sweet Laurens are the best. Oh, okay. Oh, those are the gluten-free ones? I've not heard of that company before. Nice use for something like clay sculpting. Oh, is that right? Yeah. A scribe tool, is that the same thing used in clay sculpting, Phil? I forgot that Phil was a clay artist. Self-taught clay artist, I believe, right? Got my magnifying setup and new tools. So in real life, clay sculpting coming soon. Nice. You're gonna do clay sculpting on your channel, Phil? That is cool. That is very, very cool. Goofy's excited. Oh yeah, like dental tools. Okay. Very cool. Yeah, that is very, very cool. Are you gonna do both then, Phil? Like the two different types? Because that's pretty neat. Might have missed something. Very, very cool. All right, so I just want to make sure that I get these little guys down here. And again, it doesn't have to be so perfect. Just a little bit, you know, just enough to give me a guide. And also, if I want to change any of the little shapes, which I have been changing a little bit as I go, then I can do that now. So it really is kind of like drawing for me at this stage. Maybe clay sculpting, digital art, digital sculpting, watercolors, just not all at the same time. That'd be hard. That would be very, very difficult, Phil. So I understand that. But that is very, very cool. Very, very cool. Miss just getting to bug everyone in chat. This is nice. I'm glad, Kiwi. So yeah, tomorrow I think that I'm probably just gonna get to the point where I do the other colors as the base colors. So if we finish out the black today, I'll probably do the orange and the white, which won't actually be white, right, for my ghosts, because we need to give ourselves room to build up the shapes. So we're gonna start with essentially a gray. And we'll start with a gray as the base color, and that way we can build up the highlights on top of that. So similarly, like when this one, you know, all these little kitties and even like the interiors of the pumpkins or the ghost eyes, when the light hits them, they become this kind of a lighter, sparkly color. And so I will basically take the color that I have here, which again is a mix of the Payne's Gray and this burnt umber, but in liquid form. I will essentially take that, add a little bit more white, and then I will see if I need to tone it with anything. And I will just share a secret as I look at this. I can see that these little sparkles on here are actually this color. They're actually this bright blue in there. And so, yes, same time tomorrow, Kiwi, and hopefully I won't be as late though tomorrow. So yeah, so we'll try to do those colors tomorrow, roughly 2 p.m. Eastern time. I think it was around 2:30 today. So I apologize for that. I'm really gonna try. I was trying to get everything done this morning, and that is not always the easiest to get everything done that I need to, including finalizing this, getting my colors mixed up and so forth. So I did have to do that, but I should be here tomorrow around 2. Good, I'm glad, Kiwi. So yeah, once those colors come on, even if it's, you know, just, again, like the flat kind of base like this, remember to take your breaks. Thank you very much, Kiwi. Yes, I will, somebody remind me around the 3-hour mark. So I'm 2 hours and 8 minutes in. So somebody remind me around then. You just can't get staff these days. That's funny, Phil. Yes, so hopefully if we get those colors on tomorrow, then everything, once you get all those base things in place, everything really just becomes so much easier. And I like, for this stage, what I'll probably do today actually is, even though, you know, I'm gonna have all these rough colors on, if I have time, my preference would be to actually go over them all again. So I would rather do that than move on to a second color, because I really want to make sure I have a fairly good coverage on the bottom layers of paint, and then can come back and start to put in all those details. So I'd rather do that. That would be my preference. Kim, at some point, will just paint the holodeck so we don't have to wait for the technology. Are we the only ones who understand that? Flo probably understands that, Phil. I love the holodeck. I wanted one of my own. I will hopefully be here tomorrow, the second half of the stream. Okay, super Kiwi. Oh, and Kiwi got it too. Okay. I was just, actually this morning, I thought it was funny, Phil. I will just say my husband saw that I don't know if you've ever played like Magic the Gathering, but they have a Star Trek series that's coming out of Star Trek cards for the fall, I think it is. And so he was showing me some of the very Star Trek nerdy things that only like somebody like me would get. So very cute. And that should be fun. So anyway. All right, let me hop up here. Showing you his Christmas present list. That is very cool. They just did that. I think I need Kiwi to translate that for me. LOTR. I believe, or are doing it. Did I miss that? Yeah, I think it's pretty neat. It's pretty neat. And there was some things in there that were definitely, little things that only you don't know what that one was. Is okay. Oh, Lord of the Rings. Okay, thank you. Oh yeah. No worries, Phil. I apologize. Yeah, they did the Lord of the Rings one. I know. I didn't get any of that. I didn't play that, but the Star Trek one, I don't think I'll be able to help myself because, put Jean-Luc Picard on a card. That's I think I need it. All right, so I'm going to wash my brush off just for a second. Yeah, no worries, Phil. I think, yeah, both Kiwi and I glitched on that one. We probably should have known, so. All right, so we're just going. We just keep on going. Just a little bit more, and then I will, I'll flip this in a second, because that's what we do. But one reason why, acrylics are always a little bit translucent. Most acrylic colors are. And so right now, I'm just applying the straight liquid acrylic paints, and I'm not adding any medium, and I never add any water, right? But I'm not adding any medium because the liquid paints, they call them the fluid paints from Golden Acrylics, but they will spread just fine on their own. But they are still a little bit translucent, right? Because this looks really rough. So a second coat of this will do wonders. And so I would rather try to do that, like I said, once I'm done with this first layer. I would rather try to do that than move on to another color. And that will also give me a chance to really go in and try to make sure that all the shapes, that I'm happy with all of the shapes for my little pumpkin faces or my little kitty faces, because right now I'm mostly following suit to what I see in the photo. But like I said, my designs were just a little bit, maybe not quite as sharp as I wanted them to be in my cookie. So like right here, this little pumpkin, his tooth was a little bit soft in my reference photo. So I'm just making it a little bit sharper than I did. Nice oil painters are next level. Oh, wait, I'm sorry, I missed something. Let's see, what did it say? Oh, I missed a whole bunch of stuff. Y'all were chatting, sorry. I got some oil paint supplies and I'm going to try them out for the first time on the stream. Hopefully if the school will, school Wi-Fi can take it. Nice, Kiwi. Very, very cool. Oh yeah, Plo, I don't know that phrase either. I'll always be flippant. I don't know what that is. The Picard card art. Yeah, the Picard card art, right? That's a tongue twister. They are adorable kitties. I love them. Oil painters are next level. That's right, Phil. All cats are amazing. I agree, Kiwi. Cats are amazing. Cats are definitely amazing. Fried egg jellyfish, welcome back. Thank you so much for popping in. And yay, can't wait to see this from the beginning with the pencil. Heck yeah. Oh, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And Willow's still hanging out. And Kiwi, this will be complete chaos, but definitely worth a shot. For your oil painting, you can do it. It's everything takes practice, right? So, but you can definitely do it. You were talking about always flipping your paintings. Okay. So this is a Plo creation then. That's why none of us knew the acronym. This is a Plo created thing. You're starting a trend, Plo. Cats rule the world. They just allow us to serve. That's right. So fried egg jellyfish, welcome back again. Hope that you're doing well and that you had a good week. I baked cookies this week, actual real life cookies. I took a professional cookie decorating class and I baked them, all of these wonderful little cookies. So I have this whole pile over here, and this is what I photographed, this giant pile of cookies for my reference image for this. So that is what we were working from. And got to trust the process, even if the process looks horrifying at first. It does, right? It looks horrifying. I know. I need endorsements from the people who have watched me paint full things in here before to know that, yes, it looks horrible now, but it will get there. I am merely chief forager and groom of the stool. Cats are in charge, and they just let us think we have control. Yeah, that's funny. All right, fried egg jellyfish. Yeah, so we're gonna push on through, and today and tomorrow is basically gonna just be blocking in colors. So I was responding to the other person. You were responding. Oh, okay, gotcha. Yes, so we're just gonna block in colors. And blocking in colors might not be the most exciting thing, but man, it'll make your life a lot easier if you do it. Because for me anyway, because every painting starts a little bit different. Like I wish I could say that all of these had exactly the same process, but they really don't. These ones are kind of like this because they have big, bold, big sections of the same color. And so for this, I want to block in all of these shapes before I continue. Whereas when I did this one was different, right? So when I did the butter pecan, I did not do it that way. Instead, I laid out a base color, a warm base for the ice cream, and then I built all my shapes into that. So very, very different from what I'm doing here. So it just, I wish I was formulaic with everything, but they're all a little bit different. So, and Kiwi, you've never touched oil paints in your life. I understand, because when I taught myself to paint in oils, I had never touched them before. I had used a little bit of acrylic and a little bit of ink, and that's all I ever used in college. And then I learned the oils, and then I still came back to the acrylic, and then I just stuck with that for all of these years. But I wanted to learn the oils, and I did learn a tremendous amount from the oils that I still apply to my acrylics. So. Your heart is amazing and eternally making you hungry. And Phil, I don't know, was that about the painting or was that about Kiwi not knowing the oils? But either way. If it was about the painting, I appreciate it. Acrylic is like coming back to home base, then to venture out again. There you go, fried egg jellyfish. Yeah, I can't say I've never been tempted to go back to oils, because there are definitely beautiful properties about the oils, and there is, I will say, a luminescence about the oils that is hard to compete with. And the closest that I can get is to do this layering process and put my glazing medium in every bit, and then it kind of comes close to doing that. Yeah, doing the oils for the first time, respect. Your paintings make me wow persistently. Okay, I just wasn't sure, Phil, but I'm not just begging for your compliments, but I appreciate it regardless. Yeah, so kiwi is brave to definitely try the oils. And do you have a plan for that kiwi? Like, are you just gonna go for it? Or do you have a book or a tutorial online or something that you're gonna try to follow first? Or you're just gonna do it and see how it goes? I'm going to go for it with basic shapes and shading and just see how they act, okay? I hope we aren't making you nervous. You got this. Yeah, I know she's got it. She's got it. I think that's what you gotta do. You just gotta try it. Because if you plan too much, you'll like get nervous to do anything, right? I tend to overplan. I do. I like want to have like, you know, not just for this purpose, but you know, just like for anything. I try to think through like too many scenarios, and that's probably not a great way to be effective most of the time. So I think it's good that you're just gonna start and just go for it. Does anybody remember like Ernie and Bert, right? So Bert tended to be a little, you know, a little type A, I guess. But I remember in the Sesame Street Christmas special, I believe, from like the really old one, that Bert would go through this process a few times in there where he was trying to figure out how to open up like his Christmas present. And he would be like, do I just take the ribbon first, or do I slide my finger under the tape? And eventually Ernie just yelled at him and told him just to do it. But I'm totally Bert in that scenario. I plan out those kind of things. So yeah, not always the best way to do things though. But this will help me. I can see here, like this little eye is sharper than this one is. So I think I want to go in here and make this little eye kind of match. And that's just because my frosting got a little bit sloppy there. So I want to stick pretty closely to what I made so that it's really realistic in the end. Let's see. It's fine. It's for laughs on the way. I do art as a creative outlet more than anything for you. It's the process, and joking around makes it worthwhile, not really the end result. That's a very good attitude, Kiwi. Very good attitude. Might watch a few tutorials beforehand just to get an idea. Yeah, you could do that. So you made the cookies and now you're drawing them. Yes. Yes. So I have the cookies right here, right? So this whole tray. So I baked them all. I took an actual decorating class on Tuesday, did most of it online. And yes, and so professional little decorated cookies. Anyway, they're semi-professional, I say, because, you know, I'm trying, but pretty professional looking for me anyway. And yes, and now I am painting them because I'm very meta. And so, so I'm a little bit crazy and no longer have a job. So cookie tax pay up. Oh, that's funny. Yeah, it's funny because I appreciate that response, Friday Jellyfish, because that's like my favorite response in the world when like somebody's watching me and there's like, you know, or they see one of my TikTok videos or something and they're like, oh, that's really, you know, that's really nice. That's really interesting. Hey, wait a minute, what? And that's like my favorite response when somebody finally figures out what it is that I'm doing. Because it's a little weird. I'm gonna go out and say that. It's a little weird. It's a little unusual, but you know, it's what I like. Jaws are overrated anyway. That's funny. So yeah, I like the creativity of this. I like the creativity of being able to create. I said, fried egg jellyfish, I said, I can't draw things from my imagination, but I have a huge imagination, right? So the only way around that for me is I want to build a model, essentially. If I can build a model, then I can paint from it because I can get a reference image, or just set it up. But yeah, I need something to look at. So that's my solution, is that I'm going to bake something or whatever. I'm going to build a model in real life, and then I'm going to use that for my paintings. So me every time Kim paints. Thank you to both of you. I appreciate that. Yeah, that's very cute. I always say, we just have to like forge our own paths, right? So I'm kind of I'm forging my own path here. This is what I want to do. And like I said, I could buy stuff from the store, but I wouldn't have as much control over it. So I think it's so cool that you're creating your creation. Thank you so much, Fried Egg Jellyfish. I appreciate it. And Kiwi, thank you for sharing all the little emojis of my ice cream paintings. I really appreciate that. But thank you, Fried Egg Jellyfish. Yeah, I'm a little unique that way, I think. I don't know a lot of people who do this, probably because it's incredibly time consuming and a little bit insane. That's my thing. So it's what I like to do. And I'm trying to essentially push the boundaries of what I can do and bring a little bit of magic in the world. That's what I want to do. So it's commitment at its finest. I have been stacking up stream points to use them. Aw, thanks, Kiwi. I appreciate that. I don't know how that works exactly. That's something I need to... I think my husband tried to briefly explain that to me, the stacking of the stream points. But yeah, I need to look that up so that I understand. But yeah, there's a lot of like realist painters that I really love. The ones that I've always been particularly drawn to are the ones that are a little whimsical and a little magical. And so I think I do that kind of with my ice creams too. They're a little bit whimsical, but they're maybe a little bit more classic in terms of their presentation. This one's just a bunch of silly grins on Halloween cookies because I wanted it to capture that feeling of being a kid at Halloween, So that was really kind of why I do this. Your process works for you, and that's all that matters. That's right, Kiwi. I can't change who I am. Maybe certain things would be easier for me if I could, but I can't change who I am. This is what I want to make. I think that it's worth bringing some magic and some joy into the world, and I think it's worth trying to see if we as people can, do that with little bits of paint. So thanks, Friday Jellyfish. Yeah, nostalgia of being a kid. Yeah, I think all of my stuff kind of ties back to that. I'm just gonna flip this. Of that nostalgia of being a kid, because even when I paint like the ice cream cones, I mean, they're cool looking, but I really want you to kind of feel like, like the magic that you felt like when you were a little kid, especially like when I do the giant ones that, you're standing in front of a 5-foot tall cone. That should make you feel like you're, small. Because that feeling when you were a kid, everything seemed so humongous, right? Everything seems so humongous. So that's part of the reason why even these are slightly oversized. These are like probably 30% larger. Seeing the world in color and depth, yeah. So, this is a little bit larger than they are in real life. If time allows, at some point, I would love to try again to do something larger than this. So I think that would be nice, just to be able to, again, make people feel like that sense of wonder and optimism and joy that we had as kids. So, So I like that. I like just being able to make something that feels a little magical. And that's one reason why I try to make things that look really, really realistic, to the point where they're like trickery. Because I think when somebody says, just kind of like you did, fried egg jellyfish, when somebody says something like, wait, what? Like, that's my favorite response overall, is the, wait, what? What is she doing? Wait, what? What is that? Wait, that's a flat painting? Like, all of those responses are my favorite overall. And so, you know, like, I love when I look at something like this and somebody looks at it and says, wait a minute, that's flat? Like, yes, it's flat. Even though it doesn't look like it's flat, but it's flat. And so, you know, if I make somebody's day just a little tiny bit more magical, like it is on the paper, or is it on the paper or off? Yeah, right. Is it on the paper or off? If it makes you consider something in some kind of magical way, then I feel like my job is done. So I did it. So Carl's Jr., welcome in. Hi, just got back from a nice afternoon walk. Glad I got to hop in here. Thank you so much, Carl's Jr. I appreciate that very, very much. And I missed a comment from Kiwi earlier, so let me just check. I've been Googling stream stuff way too much, can you tell? Then if somebody subs out, so I missed the comment, I think. Your viewers get points for every few minutes they watch, and they grow over time. You can then use them for redeems, kind of like fake money. Oh. Then if someone subs, it gets put on a multiplier and they get bonus points. Oh, okay. Very, very cool. You're in ads, I know. I'm sorry, Kiwi. Hopefully a few more seconds and then we'll be back. But yeah, that's funny. But yeah, that's like, you know, I think that sometimes in the art world, right, that, you know, there's a lot of things that control different factors in the art world, but, you know, I think that it's worthy considering, can we just make a little bit of magic? That's just me though. So that's what I want to do. I need to just make a little bit of magic. All right, Kiwi, you just let me know when you're back, and then I will. We only have it. Are you back, Kiwi? I saw your comments earlier. I appreciate you explaining the point system to me, because I don't really know that yet, and so I'm sure that's something I should. You know, my husband's really good with this stuff, but I think that's something I probably need to sit down so I understand a little bit more about what you're doing. And how people can redeem their points for things. So that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. So again, for anybody just popping in, we're gonna work on just the black today, just a base color for the black. And then tomorrow we're gonna start to do the base color for all of the other shapes in here. The black is the most difficult, really, because once I have that in, it will help me find all the places for everything else. And then we will start to build out our dimension into the painting. So it will look very, very realistic by the end. It just takes me a little bit to get there. Fantastic Haas is rating with a party of one. Hey, Fantastic Haas, thank you so much for coming in. I appreciate that so much. So welcome in. What were you streaming today, Fantastic Haas? Yeah, of course. Thank you so much. That's very, very kind. We were streaming art. What kind of art do you make, Fantastic Haas? A perspective study. Oh, that's cool. Very, very nice. And you're doing digital stuff. Okay, very cool. A perspective study. What was the perspective study of? I have to say, for anybody who has never studied perspective drawing, it's hard. You're doing a bedroom. Oh, that's very, very cool. I took a perspective study course a long time ago, like a postgraduate course, and that's hard. Like 1 point, 2 point perspective, I can fake it. I can get by. And I can do the basics. And then you start getting into like more than that, and that's hard. Yeah, kicking your, yeah, I see. It's good though. It's good to get the exercises done. It's challenging. When you push your brain in that way though, it's definitely, it's like a stretching exercise, right? And then you come back and then other stuff comes together a little bit easier for you. But yeah, that's hard to do. And it's hard to do. Like I said, 1 and 2 point perspective, I can manage. But once we start getting into more points than that, yeah, that's tough stuff. You wing it most of the time and then check and face palm. Oh, gotcha, Phil. Yeah, it's been a long time since I sat down and did true perspective drawing, like measured perspective drawing. But I do mention in here that sometimes, and Fantastic Cause, I'm working on a Halloween cookie painting. Thank you so much for the follow. That's very, very kind. I appreciate it. So I actually baked cookies, real life cookies, and I took a photograph of them. And so we are going to do a very realistic painting. So if you've not seen my stuff before, we paint really realistically. So yes, so I do this to pass one over. So this was one of my cookie paintings, and it is very, very flat. So for anybody who hasn't seen before, they're very, very flat. Thank you so much. So yeah, we're gonna push this and see if we can get it up to that level. And then, we do ice creams and stuff in here too. So we do all kinds of, I usually do food, but yes, so that's what we're going to try. So pure witchcraft. Thank you, Phil. But yes, what was I saying about the perspective drawing? Oh, I know, because I've talked in here, sometimes I mention other artists, right? And I've mentioned that my palette, my very limited palette came from an artist named Mel Leipzig, which again, if you haven't Googled him, you should look at his work. But it just reminded me Fantastic Cause because he did incredible perspective paintings. And if you haven't seen his work, I would check his work out. He passed away, I think, last year, but his name is Mel Leipzig, Leipzig. So a very great artist. And I think if you like perspective drawing, you might enjoy seeing his stuff because it's usually a single figure in a very cluttered room that's a very forced perspective. So it's really interesting to look at. No worries, Kiwi. You're welcome back in. And a painted version of the Matrix. Thank you, Phil. So yeah, did you see Mel Leipzig? Did you Google him? Yeah, I think that anybody who likes perspective drawing, in particular perspective painting, that Mel Leipzig is very cool to look at. So I was really lucky to interview him years ago. He was the last artist, I believe, that I interviewed when I worked at the art magazine. And so, but he was very, very kind and very humble. And he's incredibly gifted. So he was incredibly gifted. So your haha, it's flat, it's gold. Thank you. Thank you again, fried egg jellyfish. Yeah, once you start seeing other people say it, right? It's like, I don't know. Adding this guy to my small list of cool artists whose stuff I vibe with. I'm so glad, Fantastic Cause. I think Mel would be very pleased to know that because he was super humble and very, very open with sharing. Like I said, I painted. I hadn't learned to paint at that point, really. I was teaching myself before work. And so I was doing oil paintings before, like an hour before I would go to work, and then I was working on them in the evening and on the weekends, and just trying to teach myself, because I had gone to art school, but I didn't learn as much as I should have, and then I didn't paint for like a decade. And so Mel is the one who told me, he painted in acrylics, which is what I paint in now. And he is the one who told me he used a very limited color palette. So I believe he said he started out, I can't remember exactly, but I believe he said he started out with like 13 and then whittled it down to 10 and then went down to 7. And so I used somewhere around 10. I've never made it down to the full 7 that he used, I don't think, but some of them are due. And pulling it off the page, it's still a skill you're working to acquire. I love that, pulling it off the page. His work reminds me a little bit of Malcolm Lipke. I don't know who that is, actually, but I'll have to Google that name after the stream is over. So thank you, Fantastic Cause. So yeah, anyway. We're actually doing pretty good. Again, I'm like 20 minutes before I'm gonna take a break, I think, and I'm gonna probably get most of this black done by that point. And so what I'll do is just come back, and then I will cycle back through and just trim out some of the shapes and darken things up, and then we'll be in good shape for tomorrow to come back and start adding some of our other colors to it. And then the fun will begin after that. So I can see I have a little bit of something, in my brush. So I just need to get that. Sometimes I get a stray hair. Occasionally I will have to trim my brushes, but sometimes it's just something that gets stuck in there. So I just have to check. I shall be here. Oh, thank you, Fried Egg Jellyfish. I really appreciate that. I will try to be on time tomorrow, I promise. I'll do my best. It's no matter what I do, even if I said I was going to be, if I said I was going to start a little bit later, I would inevitably be late. I've always been that way. I apologize for that. I'm always a little bit late, but I am trying. I am trying to be a little bit better with that. And some of it's, technical stuff that sometimes we have to reboot the computer. We did have to do that today. The computer had to be rebooted because it was slowing down. But I'm so glad that I already have several people who are saying that we need you. Don't be on time if it costs your sanity. Thank you, Fried Egg Jellyfish. We need you well and thriving always. Thank you. That's very kind. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. We'll just do a little bit more. Like I said, I might not get this little part up here done, these two little kitties, which, by the way, I love this little one peeking down here. I don't know if you can see that right now, the way the board is positioned, but anyway, I might not get that done before my break, but we'll definitely get the black all done today as a base. Thank you, Kiwi. You guys are very kind, and you're very patient with me, so thank you for that. Now this little guy, I think I'm actually going to thin his little smile out just a little bit. The other thing that this will allow me to do is when I go in here and I'll tweak my shapes, like I said, a little bit, make sure everything's in its right place. And then if I have any extra stray pencil marks, where I'm not going to be using the other color, like right here around the mouth, I don't need that anymore if I fix this shape. Then I can go in and erase that before I start my process tomorrow. And so it'll help to kind of clean things up in a much more organized way. So it's cool that you're starting dark. I always start light. I always think that starting light is really hard. You can do it, but it's very, very hard. I almost always start dark or at least medium. So like I said, on this one, when I painted this ice cream here, The ice cream itself, I started with like the middle tone of the ice cream. So I didn't start with the dark shadow tones. I started with the middle tone, and then I was able to work back into the shadows and bring up the highlights. If I started with the light, it would be almost impossible to get that much dimension into the piece, I think. But you know, everybody's a little different. So like I said, I'm unconventional in some of the things that I do, and that's just what I found works for me. And I break a lot of rules from what traditional painting does. So if that works for you, fried egg jellyfish, I understand. And I like, everybody's different, right? We just have to all find our own path. It scares you to start with dark shades first. Why do you start with dark? So on this particular piece, I am, only because I have so much of these dark, just show you, so much of these very solid, they're not actually solid, solid darker shapes. This is not typically how I would do this. This one has a very graphic quality to it. This particular image, it's just going to have a very graphic quality. And so I am using that to block in my shapes for this, but that's totally different than what I did for like that ice cream one, which again, I started with a mid-tone, which is totally different from what I did on this one. So on this one, I kind of found, I guess, like a middle tone for each individual ice cream flavor, and then built those up in the layers. So again, like that chocolate, it would be pretty impossible for me to start like with the lighter color and then work backwards into the dark, if that makes sense. I have to come up, and that just follows the shape of the form. So, so let me just see, fried egg jellyfish, maybe it gives you more room to add a sense of, because if you go darks last, it's like bolder, blocking off everything instead of blend. Yeah, I don't blend anything. They're all optical blends. So I let everything dry and then build up the shapes so that it looks like a soft transition. Like again, let me just bring this one back. So like there's no blending in this, right? These are all layers of paint on top of each other. There's no blending. So yeah, that's just how it works for me. And fantastic cause. Here's a question, someone learning, which is more important, good theory knowledge or muscle memory and tangible feel? I will say, so you stop and let it set. I do fried egg jellyfish, yes. Every layer dries in between before I move on to the next one. Fantastic cause. So like being able to know where and how to make marks, or your ability to make the marks, definitely the latter for me. So I think, like I've said, if anybody hasn't seen, I think it was the Friday before, was it last Friday or the Friday before last? Recently I had a stream, I think it was Friday before last. I showed all my work throughout my years, or a little bit of my work throughout my years, from when I was a kid to when I went to college to when I taught myself to paint when I was 35 in oils, and then how I transitioned into acrylics. And so I think that for me personally, sometimes people get caught up in a lot of theory about things, but I think that you just have to keep doing it over and over and over again. So fantastic cause. One of the best things for me when I started learning how to paint in oils and then transitioning to acrylics later in life was to do lots and lots of small paintings. And so I did lots of them that were like this size. This is 5x7. You know, even something smaller, like we did this little study in here. This is 4x4 of little toasted marshmallows. We did these little frosting studies in here. These were, again, like little 4-hour studies that we did to see if we could get them to look dimensional in that little bit of time. And so lots and lots of little paintings to kind of, thank you very much, fried egg jellyfish. Lots and lots of little paintings to develop your skill set. I learned, I had a art education, a formal art education. I have a degree in drawing, in art with a specialization in drawing. And I came out of school a pretty lousy artist, and it was discouraging. And I didn't do any art for like 10 years. And then when I was working at the art magazine, I decided one day that I was going to go and do it. I was going to learn. So I built a library of books, and I watched a lot of YouTube videos, and I just practiced a lot over and over and over again. And that is the thing that I think is the best way to learn by experience of just doing it. So I hope that answers your question, but I'm happy to answer it any more if you want me to. Carl's Jr., thank you so much. You're always very kind. Thank you very much, fried egg jellyfish. I appreciate it. Okay, good. I'm glad. So anyway, everybody's different, right? Everybody has a different path. So we have to all learn to do our own thing. I think the biggest thing, and the reason that I try to, show people what I do on here and explain why I had difficulty is because I don't want anybody to ever feel discouraged by whatever kind of experience you have, to think that you can't get better, because that's what I was made to feel like. I was made to feel like I was never going to be better than what I had learned in college, and I wasn't very good then. And so you just have to be persistent. You have to be persistent and dedicated to it. It's like that Bob Ross quote where he says, talent is pursuit, interest. Anything that you're willing to practice, you can do. I've never heard that quote before, but that's brilliant. That's a much more articulate way of saying it than what I was trying to muddle out. But yes, very good, Carl's Jr. Yeah, very, very good. So yeah, anyway, I hope it's helpful. I hope it's helpful when I show stuff in here. At the very least, I hope it's interesting, but, I want people to feel like it's accessible, because I was really made to feel, that I was never going to be the level of artist that other people were. And so I just worked my butt off really hard. When you tell me people made you feel bad, it brings up a fire in me, because how dare they? Well, some of that, I appreciate the passion, fried egg jellyfish. Some of that is not even maybe a direct thing. Some of it was, as much as just like I could objectively see that I wasn't very good, and no one seemed to be able to teach me anything in a way that made me better. Does that make sense? So when I decided that I could see other people who could do it, and I felt like there was something in me that I wanted to be able to learn that, it was a matter of finding the process that was going to teach me the right way to do it. And that took me years. So, Artable is rating with a party of 6. Thank you so much, Artable. Welcome in, a passive aggressive. Yeah, maybe so. Artable, thank you so much. It's messed up, but it helps you going through things like that. Yeah, I think so. I think you wouldn't be the same person. I wouldn't be the same person unless I did, right? So Artable, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it so much. I wouldn't be the same person. I wouldn't be creating the same art now. And I wouldn't be on here showing you guys. So yes, everything has to be. Hi, Artable, welcome in. Thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate that so much. What were you working on today, Artable? So QB giving a shout out. Yeah, she's good. Thank you so much. Artable, welcome in. And again, what were you working on over there today? We are doing, for everybody popping in, thank you so much for coming in. So we are doing a painting of cookies. So I spent my Tuesday taking a professional cookie decorating class. I have this pile of Halloween cookies. We aim for really high realism here. And so we're going to go for something like this, which is a flat acrylic painting. So totally flat. And we're going to do that to these Halloween cookies. So that's just going to take time. We paint all kinds of things in here, but usually food. And so we go for really high realism. So Anyway, so that's what we try to do in here every time we're in here. So this is just the first day on this piece, and we're just laying out some very basic shapes. Oil painting on canvas, landscapes. Oh, you're like a traditional landscape painter then. Very, very cool. Thank you so much, Artable. I really appreciate that. Yeah, so I'm very traditional. Very traditional. Try to go somewhere between, I use the term photorealism very loosely. I don't really consider myself photorealist, but I go for really, really high realism. So anyway, I appreciate that. Did I just get another follower? Thank you so much. Am I up to 150 followers? Yay! Thank you so much, everyone. Whoever just followed, I really appreciate it. So thank you again for popping in. So yeah, we're just gonna block out these shapes today. Once we get into this a little bit further, thank you so much. I appreciate that, Kiwi and Carl's Jr. Yeah, that's pretty incredible. I'm very honored that y'all would follow me. So thank you so much. This is just a base beginning on our dark shapes today. And tomorrow we're going to add more of the base on the other color shapes like the orange and stuff. And hi, Kill Feeds, welcome back. Thank you again, Artable. So yeah, tomorrow we're gonna add some more color, just the bases, and we are going to, on Saturday, hopefully, start to build some life and dimension in this piece. So that will just take us, that will take us a little bit of time because, it's realism, so realism takes time, especially this kind of realism because I work in lots and lots of layers. But we'll get there, and so we just want to push on through. And we're trying to be efficient with this. So again, we're going to try to get all of this black done, and then we're going to try to go back through and do another layer. It's -2 where you are, Kill Feeds. What is going on in your neck of the woods? That's crazy. -2 is nuts. Kill Feeds is in New Zealand. I did not realize it was that cold over there this time of year. Maybe I should have. But that's crazy. That's crazy. So Fantastic Haas, you're gonna head to bed. Is that what that said? I missed the note. Let me see back here. Thank you for having us. Thank you again, Fantastic Haas. I really appreciate it, and I hope I see you again sometime soon. So thank you so much. And Artable, oh yes, multi-layers requires patience. Yeah, that's what we do. It is a very patient process, Artable. What kind of landscape painting do you do? Is that an alla prima, like a blended landscape, or is that more of a layered process as well? I've actually not done. I've never really done any real landscape painting. I admire landscape painters a lot. I interviewed quite a few in my day when I worked at the art magazine, but yeah, it's not something I think I don't really have that because I'm such a detailed person. I can't really capture like the feel of nature in that way. So I capture the realism, like this. But, and then this one, I didn't show this yet, right? So this is like one of my ice cream pieces, one of my my medium-sized ice cream pieces. So again, lots of layers. So it's, very, very detailed, but has a nice soft quality to it. But yeah, multi-layers. Also a layer process. I don't like alla prima. Many things looks the same. Okay, very cool. I'm gonna have to check out your work, Artable, because yes, I like the layer process. It's just much more conducive to my way of thinking than alla prima. I've never understood alla prima. That was one of the things that I was kind of, I always say, everybody's path is different, everybody's experience is different, but alla prima was kind of one of the things that I was encouraged to paint in college, and I didn't understand. I couldn't get it to do what I wanted it to do, and so therefore it didn't look right to me, and nobody taught me how to do layering. So anytime, oh my gosh, this ice cream is 10 out of 10. What an art. Oh, thank you so much. This one, I appreciate that. We painted this one all on the stream. This was a butter pecan. And this is lots and lots of layers of paint. And you can see down here that what I do is I put like stippled layers of paint. So these are not brush strokes anymore for a lot of this. This is multiple layers. I think this is like 8 or 9 layers of paint on this cone. And you can see all of the layers of paint come through each other, and I stipple it on with a very rough brush. So that gives it a much more organic quality. But I appreciate that very much, Anita. So we're gonna try to do that to these. It's just, this is the very early stage of this. Fried egg jellyfish, do you feel like you have to be emotionally connected to it to paint it? I do. I don't know about Artable, but I do. Artable, do you feel like you have to be emotionally connected to your subject to paint it, or do you not? You know, like there's fried egg jellyfish, there's photorealism. Yeah, I think so. Photorealism, true photorealism, is supposed to be very cold and sterile, and the artist is not supposed to be connected to it at all. So that's why I hesitate to ever declare my stuff as photorealistic. It's the biggest reason, I think, because I don't want that sterility. I want it to be a little bit tinged with my emotions in here. So that's for me, you know, like this is why this is a very cute painting, right? It's a cute Halloween painting. I want it to be kind of ironic that it's, you know, going to be painted so realistically when it's just a cutesy little subject. So that's, you're happy if someone buys Artable. That's funny. Yes, I suppose we're happy about that too. But it also has to be able to disconnect to sell it to others. Yeah, I think, well, I think that it's, when I say emotional, maybe not so much, I mean, there is some personal emotional quality in it, but I try to make all of my stuff have a bit of nostalgia to it. And so nostalgia in itself is a little bit emotional for those who connect with it. And I don't think that that necessarily has to be the same emotion that I get out of it. But I try to create something that will hopefully resonate with other people too. So, you know, when people see like the ice creams, they have some kind of emotional connection to it. And then they, you know, then they look a little closer and they're kind of amazed by the painting process. So, you know, I guess it's just a little different. When someone asks me to buy, I'm like, no, I'll paint it again so you can have a copy. That's funny. Yeah, you can't draw something you're not connected to. I don't think that if you're not connected to the piece, then I think it's going to come across. So I'll say this. So Norman Rockwell used to hate doing commissions, right? A lot of artists are like that. Used to hate doing commissions because he felt like it wasn't from him, I guess. So anytime, yeah, well said. I don't know what I said, but I just ramble anytime, but thank you. But yeah, so I think you have to have some connection to it myself. I think it will come across if you don't. Is that what I said, Anita? And so if you think that if you hate commissions, if you hate painting things for other people, I think that your work will end up being a little bit sterile. And okay, thanks, Anita. I appreciate that. I assume, are you a painter as well then, Anita? Or some kind of an artist? Yeah, so I would hesitate, like for example, I consider myself a food painter, right? That's my specialty. That's kind of what I've been doing for years now. And so could I paint other subjects? Sure. If someone asked me to, could I do it? Yeah. Would I like it? Probably not as much as I would like doing a food painting. And so, not a painter, you're connected with music. Oh, okay, gotcha. But you love art in general. Well, I think very much the same for music, right? I would think so if you're a musician. So yes, I understand that. I wouldn't have said that, but it looks bad. In other words, if I don't have a connection, it looks okay. Yeah. I think that. I just think it'll come across. So I do think that it's challenging. I don't want to say anything is wrong in here, right? Everybody has their own path. Everybody has their own thing that they want to do, and so I don't ever want to say. But I will say, for me, anything that goes outside of my interests and my somewhat level of expertise, I think it will come across. I think it will come across in the work if I'm not interested in it. And so I would prefer to not do that. So it's hard if you try to market yourself as, for me, again, if I just try to market myself as I'm a painter, I can paint anything, then I kind of water myself down, so I lack passion, I guess. So I can say that I like painting cookies. I like painting ice cream. I like painting, whimsical food. I like painting things that are super realistic. And so I just have to, I think with everything, I just try very hard. And that doesn't mean it's easy, but I try very hard to be true to myself. That's all I think we can do, right? As painters, as artists, or whoever, non-artists, whatever. In anything that you do, I think you just have to be true to yourself. So that's what I try to do. That's what I try to do. And, then you just have to find your audience. So somewhere in between, you mentioned you interviewed artists. Yeah, I really want to hear about this experience. So Anita, I was the editor of a small art magazine for 5 years. So when I was in my early 30s, and it's really the fact that you love it too that adds so much more to the painting. Yeah, your passion is discernible. I looked at, as Anita is asking, I looked at thousands, tens of thousands of pieces of art. I can see when someone is very passionate about something and when someone's just doing something as an exercise. You can see that. And maybe that's just having looked at so many pieces. But yes, so I was the editor of a small art magazine. It was a magazine that was intended to help other artists to develop their professions and to learn how to balance all of the things in their artistic lives. And so yes, we were based out of Orlando, but we had national presence and about 15,000 readers a month. So it wasn't small, but not super small anyway, small by standards of a magazine. But yes, it was a lot of fun, and I got to interview artists every month and have all kinds of experience. So I often talk about that on here, Anita. So if you're not following me, please follow, because I do bring it up from now and then in here. I talk about the people that I've interviewed and been fortunate to work with over the years there. So I'm so excited about your opinion. If you see one of your art, if you see one of your art, yeah, of course. Well, I always want to be encouraging. So I am sure that I will, enjoy seeing your art. I don't consider myself a critic. So the only one I'm going to criticize is myself. So, but yes, I will definitely check out your channel, Artables, because I want to see your layered landscapes. That sounds very, very cool. And Kiwi, I've noticed that I'm better able to connect to subjects if I'm working alongside another artist, like when I draw during your streams. That's really nice to know, Kiwi, because that's kind of what I want in here. I want people to feel like we're all working in one big studio together. And then, some people who just love art get to wander around and get to see what we're working on and talk to other artists and art lovers in the stream. I mean, I want it to feel very much like a little community. And I mentioned, like a number of years ago, 2018-ish, I won a public art competition and I got to go with, I think it was 22 of us. We went to Washington, D.C. and we got to work on our own individual projects, but they put us all in 2 different spaces. So 11 of us in each space. I think it was 11 of us in each space. And it was so nice. It was so nice to be among other artists and just share and collaborate and, learn about what each other is doing. So that was what was fun. So Kiwi loves your art, Artable. And I just want to see, it's really the fact that you love it so much. Yeah, I think I read that one. I just want to make sure I didn't mean, and Artable, you said, haha, same. Yeah, we're only critics for our own pieces, right? And then we love everybody else's. So, and Phil is lurking and working. So thank you, Phil. Artable, your art is gorgeous, and you're going to see me in streams, good sir. Oh, good. Well, so everybody, did I not say this before? I'm sorry. Anybody who's in here who doesn't follow Artable, especially because now we have Kiwi's endorsement because she's looked at his work, Artable's work. So please go follow Artable if you haven't done so already, because we want to have a nice community of all of the artists that support each other. So, you know what, Artable, we're all learning, right? I think we're all still learning. If we ever stop learning, then we're in trouble. So if you get Kiwi's endorsement, that says a lot. So I think that I really want to see your work. I really want to see your work. And where did you learn to paint, Artable? But you talk in German. Oh, that's all right. That's okay. They can still see your work. They can still enjoy it. I'm sure people tune out when I talk. I just ramble in here. So I'm sure not everybody's actually listening to me when I'm talking. So that is totally okay. See, Kiwi doesn't care. She'll still watch. I love watching process in real time. There you go. So are you self-taught as a painter too then, Artable? Because I very much consider myself a self-taught painter. I listen when you talk, but sometimes I get distracted drawing. Yeah, I talk because, I mean, I want to narrate my process and I want to keep the conversation going in here and whatever. I think I have a nice voice to listen to. It's kind of pleasant, but if you all tune out, that's okay. I'm not offended. I'm just going to keep on talking. I love to connect to other art streamers. I'm so glad, Artable. Well, I'm so glad that you popped in here. So it's really nice to meet you, and I appreciate it so much. So it's good. It's good for all of us art streamers to connect with each other. And I've only been on here a couple months now. I think I'm on a roughly two months on Twitch. And it's been really nice meeting so many other wonderful artists and just having people come in. You do you. That's right, Kiwi. I just get hyper focused. Hey, that's all right. I'm hoping, it's the soothing sounds of Kim in the background. And if it helps you once in a while, if, a little thing that I say is helpful, but otherwise I'm happy to just have the soothing sounds of Kim for you playing in the background with the music and my my little voice. A lot of trial and error. I didn't study, learned from souvenir painters and street artists, technically strong people. I still learn from them a lot. Hey, I said that's very cool because I very much consider myself self-taught. Like I said, I went to school for art, but They didn't teach me realism. They didn't teach me to paint, the way I wanted to paint. And then I just felt like I was doing everything wrong. And so I just didn't make art for like over a decade. And so when I decided that I wanted to make art again, and then I wanted to get better, that was the important thing. I wanted to be as good as some of the people I was interviewing. And so, so I just had to buckle down and read lots of books, watch lots of YouTube videos, and practice so that I could do that. And it took a long time to be able to teach myself, but that was the best method for me. And now, I've been doing it for a while. So we all learn from trial and error and study, like independent study. I'm sure there's some people, like there's some schools that are really good for teaching art in the realistic style. But if you happen to be like me and not go to one of those schools, then it's a bit more of a struggle and it can be very discouraging. So that's one of the best things about your art. You don't have to go to school to make really amazing work. That's right, Kiwi. You can just learn. You can learn through lots of different methods. I think that that's important. And that's, again, one reason why I'm in here is I just want to share that, I think that anybody who wants to make art, and anybody who does make art but wants to make it at the next level, that it's very, very possible to do that by teaching yourself, by reading, by studying on your own. And that, I want to show that I am continually learning as well. So I learn with every piece that I do. And I hope I never stop, because I want to be, way better than I am today, 10 years from now. So, we all do that. Welcome into anybody who's just popping in. We're painting cookies. We're going to try to get them to look like this. So we get really realistic, just again, really realistic. So stay tuned. Over the next few days, we're going to try to do that. And it'll just take time. But we paint lots of realism in here. And again, paint ice creams and all kinds of things. But on Tuesday, I was decorating real life cookies over here, and that's one of my cones. That's kind of what the cookies are going to end up looking like in the end, is the way this cone is painted, this very soft transition of all these stippled colors. And so I was busy on Tuesday making cookies, again, for anybody who didn't see, and decorating them. And so that is what we are painting here. So I've never taken an official art class, but I learned through other artists, YouTube, Twitch, and practice. Same. Well, I mean, I did take the official art classes, but I really learned this method of what I do, how I paint all these things. This is all from those methods. So yes. Oh, and Artible's asking you what you paint, Kiwi. So, and Kiwi is going to actually start streaming, she thinks, soon. She's going to try very, very soon. So we hope that Kiwi gets going too. There were a couple spots on this initial photograph that I took where I had a few little white spots where I didn't have enough cookies to fill it in. And yes, yeah, that's good that she's going to start streaming, right, Artible? I didn't have enough cookies, so I just edited my photo a little bit to try to add a little bit of extra, a little bit of extra into those spaces. So right here where I'm painting, this is not actually one of my little black cat cookies, but I'm going to paint it like it is. So instead of having this little white area up here. So I do make little adjustments like that if I need to. And I think I missed my break. So I'm going to just finish up this little section right here. And I think I'll do these little ghost eyes, and then I'm going to go and take a break for a few minutes, and then I will come back and we'll finish out the rest of this and then try to loop back over and do one more pass on here. So yes, thank you, Kiwi. I do mostly sketches, ink drawings, watercolors, some acrylic, and when I stream, I will be attempting oil paints for the first time. Very, very cool, Kiwi. Very, very cool. Subjects tend to be portraits, plants, or just cute things like plushies. Oh, like plushies? That's pretty cool. All right, so we're just going to do this little smile, and then we're going to do these two little eyeballs, and then I promise Kiwi, I will take my break. First time I want to see this, I want to try watercolors once. Nice. So Artible is going to tune in for you, Kiwi. So you should feel very encouraged by this, by the way, because we're all rooting for you to be able to do that. See, I have a little bit of something on there. Thought it would be funny to do it live for the chaos. I'm sure it will not be chaos. You'll be fine. I will be very curious though if you, I think that people who do oils, you either like love them or you hate them. I guess maybe you're kind of like me where I did it for a while. I loved certain things about it and then I didn't want to do it anymore. But I will be curious. All right. One little eyeball. When I did these little ghost eyeballs too, let's see, you haven't heard me talking to myself commentary. I understand, Kiwi, but you know, I sit here and talk to myself all day. Sometimes y'all talk back, which is nice, but a lot of this is just me rambling, right? When I did these little ghost eyeballs, this was through a process in my cookie decorating that was called wet on wet, which is very similar. Maybe that's why I've kind of taken to the cookie decorating, much like the painting. So you make the little black dot of icing, and then you put a little dot of the white on top of it before it dries, and it kind of sinks in and looks as if it's part of that same shape. So that's how I did those little ghost eyes. The best rambles, you love it here. Thank you very much, Kiwi. I appreciate that very, very much. Very, very much. It means a lot to me, so thank you for that, Kiwi. But yeah, I'll stop after this little eye because I know, as the others will tell you, and Kiwi who is insisting on my break, if I don't do it, I get a little loopy toward the end. So I've been sitting here for over 3 hours and I haven't taken a break. And I do need to get up and just walk around and get something to drink. And then I will be better to come back and finish. If I try to push through, I dry out. I'm not really fun toward the end. So I will go take a break for just a few minutes. All right, that's pretty good. So then the only things I have left to do is this little section right here, and then we'll loop back through. So it's starting to look really cute. It's got lots of little faces on there, but again, very, very early. And Cupie is here to remind you to remind me too. So I was wondering why everything looked fuzzy, and then I realized I didn't put my glasses on. Oh, that's funny, Kiwi. All right, so I will take my break. Give me 10 minutes. And I hope you guys take a break too, and I will be back and we'll try to circle back through this and try to finish up. So thank you again to everybody who's popped in, and I will see you shortly. Thank you. Okay, everyone, I'm back. Thank you so much for your patience. I appreciate it. And I appreciate you still continuing to hang out, even though I took a few minutes. So we're going to go ahead through and just keep on going. For anybody who is not here, because I'm not sure who was here before and if you just popped in, but I baked cookies. I baked lots and lots of cookies. Halloween cookies. I took a professional cookie decorating class on Tuesday and made some really nice, we'll put them up here, really cute little fancy cookies. Did a pile of them. I photographed this in a few different ways, and that's what we're painting today. So we're just working on the base color for all the black, and then we're gonna go through probably tomorrow and do some of the other base colors, I'm hoping. And then we will start to, hopefully on Saturday, we will start to go in and add some dimension to things. So anyway, thank you for everybody, and so glad to see you guys are all chatting amongst each other. So I like that. I like this sense of community. I was just talking to my husband about that during my break, that I just really enjoy this sense of community that you all have with each other, to all lift each other up and be supportive and enjoy each other's work. And I love that you feel comfortable coming in here and talking about it in here too. So yes, Friday jellyfish. So let's go ahead and we'll just continue on right around the top. And this is really the main section that I haven't done yet. So I'm just going to flip this upside down. And like I said, I was always kind of, again, if you haven't been in here, I was always kind of embarrassed about the fact that I couldn't draw from my imagination, because that always felt like it was a prerequisite for like anything in the arts. I tried, but I just wasn't good about it. So what I've learned in my later years is I have to create a model, and that is why I baked the cookies. So whether I do that for the ice cream paintings or the cookies or whatever else I do, I always have to have a model. So that's what we're doing today, using my cookies as my model. And again, I did want to mention this too, because I'm using, just for anybody who's just popped in or whatever, this is liquid acrylic. This is a mix of Payne's Gray and Burnt Umber, and I put it in these little containers here. They're just condiment containers that have little lids like this. And so what I'll do at the end of this session today is I will put the lid back on this and then stick it in a Ziploc bag. And if I do that, I will stick it in a Ziploc bag and it will keep for a month, at least a month, maybe longer. So it depends. And fried egg jellyfish, I just want to make sure with the medium, right? Are you asking me with the medium? No, this doesn't have any medium actually in it. So I use medium for all my heavy body acrylics. When I do that, I very rarely use the liquid acrylics. I only do that when I'm blocking out like big shapes like this, really, or if I'm doing my white backgrounds. So that's the only time when I use the liquid acrylics. And I keep saying liquid, but they're golden acrylics and they're called fluid, but different companies use different names. So these are fluid acrylics by Golden. And so this has no medium in it. It's just a much more fluidy feel to the paint. So, oh, okay. Yeah, I wasn't sure if you were talking to me because I know you were talking to others in here. So anyway. So yeah, that's the only kind that I don't really use much medium for, because I just want to get it to be, it spreads enough on its own, and I want it to be fairly opaque. So I am still going to have to do a second pass on this to get it to be better, but yeah, it's fine to do that on its own. I don't like the liquid acrylics when I am painting the details on my paintings. I very rarely use them for that purpose. So they've been hiding fluid acrylic from you. They put it in the back when you walk in the store, is that right? Yeah, so they serve different purposes. I did used to use more fluid acrylics when I was doing my older paintings. So I did. But it just kind of depends on your style. You might like fluid acrylics, that might be your thing. It's just not, for me, I like the sense of control that I get from the heavy body acrylics mixed with the medium. But But again, everybody's different, right? But like color-wise, they will match up pretty well. You know, there's not really a difference in them. If you use a Payne's Gray that's a fluid one from Golden, or you use the heavy body one, they're essentially going to be the same. So you can interchange them in the painting. That's why I do certain layers like this. Again, most of my paintings do not have the fluid acrylics. It's mostly like if I was doing big graphic colors like these ones that have big kind of sections of color that are the same. When I did like the comic book paintings, I did it for that. Things like that. So isn't it like a heavy boy with medium? So that's like, it's already the texture you're looking for when you add medium to the thick. So wait, I'm a little slow. Let me process that sentence. So isn't it like heavy body with medium? So that it's like, it's already the texture. Yes. So it's kind of already that consistency. They call it viscosity, right? It is kind of that viscosity, except that it is more, I find it to be a little bit more opaque than if I had actually taken like heavy body acrylics and mixed an equal amount of medium in it to get it to be this thin. It would not be as opaque as this is to go down. So that's kind of the difference, I guess, why I use it in these lower layers or for specific graphic, no, it's my fault, not yours, fried egg jellyfish, for specific graphic type purposes. And so, yes, if I added that much fluid acrylic, or excuse me, if I added that much medium to it, it would end up being much more translucent than this is. So. But yeah, no, that's not your fault, that's mine. All right, so overall, I'm actually overall pretty pleased. I know it doesn't look like much right now, but I am pretty pleased with where we're at. So I'm very excited though, because I haven't done a pile painting in a few years. And I used to really like doing them. So like I said, I did, and I don't know if that's the official term. I don't know if anybody really calls them pile paintings. Flo calls them pile paintings too, but I've done a number of these with anything from like Transformers toys to strawberries, to Hostess cupcakes and whatever, but they're a lot of fun to paint because they really are like a big puzzle. And all of the parts just come together like a big puzzle, and it's really fun to kind of push how dimensional to make them, that you can make them look, that I can make them look. So I'm excited for where this is going, even though I know it looks really rough right now. So I am aware that it looks rough, but again, that's the painting process, right? I see people who do the videos, you know, online that are just, you know, alla prima paintings. That means all at once. And so, you know, they just work from left to right and they blend everything out. And, you know, it's just this very nice, usually very simple looking paintings. And that's totally cool. And I admire it very much, but it's just not how I paint. So you have to leave now. Thank you for the lovely stream, Artable. It was really nice to connect with you too. So thank you so much for coming in. I really appreciate it. And I will be sure to look at your channel later so that I can see your landscape paintings. So thank you so much. Anyway, have a good evening. I really appreciate it. It doesn't look rough, Friday Jellyfish. Thank you. QP also says it doesn't look rough. It's not rough. Don't say that. Well, all right. I'll let y'all. Say that. My husband actually said, because I said that to him. I need to be careful with this, I guess. I said that to him when I took my break. I'm like, I know that, the painting probably looks a little bit rough. And he said, no, I think it looks very visually interesting. So even though it's early, how about we just call it that? It's in an early stage. It's so nice to see the starting process. Thanks, Fried Egg Jellyfish. I appreciate that. Yes, okay, we'll use more positive terms. That's important. I need to get in the habit of doing that. I will use more positive terms and say that this is simply at an early stage of the process, rather than saying it looks rough. If I say that again, make me put money in a swear jar, because I don't want to keep saying it. So anyway, I appreciate that very much, Fried Egg Jellyfish. And Cupie for also telling me that it is not rough. It's also the process we like to see that. Start with a blank canvas too. Thanks very much, QP. And Kiwi agrees. Yeah, you know what? Again, I think it's nice to see that the things that look so complex and so detailed, that they start like this. So I'm glad that you guys enjoy seeing the process of that. Like this one, right? Because this started pretty much the same way as this one. So yes, I'm glad that you guys enjoy seeing that. I think that for me is like the true magic. Again, like, what can I do with this? What can I do with just this little bit of paint and this little brush? So when you can see that it starts like something like this, and it's just this very patient process of building layers, for me, I think that's the actual magic of things. I do that too. I try to show almost done, because I always felt like the sketching part wasn't interesting. Yeah, I guess I lean toward that, right? Or people would care, but this part you're interested in, so why not others? I appreciate that, Fried Egg Jellyfish. Thank you very, very much. That makes me feel better then about showing these early stages, because yeah, I don't know, I've always hesitated to do that, I suppose, a little bit more than I should, I guess, on like social media and stuff. So I appreciated it. Seeing you start today motivated you to start too. I'm so glad, QP. That means a lot to me. So thank you for that. How is your painting going again? So you started it over again, right? I do want to know, by the way, when I got up and walked around, I took a little peek out into my garden, and I really wanted to go out. But I'm going to truck along here for like another 45 minutes or so, I think, because I just want to try to get all the black done. But I really wanted to go out to my little garden. It was calling my name. It is going much better this time. I have a better plan and a better grasp on how your paint works. This will only be my third time using it. Okay, very cool. Hey, it's going much better this time. It's early August and you're already in spooky season. PM Twisty, yes. I gotta paint early, right? Because if I don't start now, it won't be done. So I need to make sure that I start my spooky season a little bit early. So I appreciate the comment though. Thank you for coming in. And yes, I'm not the only one though. There's lots of companies. Like I said, Disney World, I know they start their Halloween parties in August, which seems kind of crazy to me. Right. Thank you very much, PM Twisty. But yeah, there's a lot of people who get started on this stuff maybe a little bit too early in my mind, but yeah, we got to get this done. So, by the way, while I'm thinking about it, just in case I didn't mention my little print club, this is my little Halloween painting that I did last year. And so it is available in my print club this month. So you can see it's this little cookie painting that had the frosted background. And I thought it was really, really cute. So you can find that on my website if you're interested. But we are also painting cookies here. So these are real life cookies that I baked and decorated. Spent all day Tuesday decorating cookies and watching my cookie classes. And so yes, that is what we are doing today, is a real life, based on a real life cookie model that I actually baked all the cookies for this. And thank you very much, QP, for sharing my link. And she says that the stores near you already have Halloween decor. Yeah, crazy. And Kiwi, you're doing a graphite still life page working on the shading. Nice. Very nice, Kiwi. So yes, I'm hoping that I can get this done, hopefully not too far away. But I definitely want to, if it goes well, turn it into prints for the Halloween season. That is my hope. I have all these lovely little cookie cutters, and sometimes I just make them myself, where I just cut them out with a knife when I do things like this. But I do have a little turkey one. I'm debating if I should do something, but maybe something a little unconventional, rather than just make the turkey like brown. Maybe we can spice things up a little bit for Thanksgiving and try to do one that way too. This time around, I'm going to be doing the whole base, only looking at your reference with your eyes unfocused so they cannot focus on any details. Nice. That is a good exercise, QP. That is a good exercise to kind of squint. You squint at things and then you can see the big blocks of color. Or if you're like me, you can just take your glasses off and that affects the same thing. That has the same effect. Since I'm blind as a bat. But yes, I'm very excited to do pile paintings again. It really was something that I really did love doing. I kind of love being able to, in doing the pile paintings, space things out so that they do go from edge to edge on the panel. I just think that has a nice effect. So I could take off my glasses. Good idea. You could. Squinting works just as well, but yes, you could. I could manually unfocus your eyes too. Yeah. And Kiwi says, good idea. Pumpkin spice it up. Oh yeah. Yes. So we're going to have to, maybe we'll vote. Maybe we'll try to do something a little more interesting. I would just like to, if I was going to tackle turkeys or something Thanksgiving-y, which I'd also make super cute, by the way. But if I was going to do that, I think I would most definitely not want to go with brown. So we're going to have to think a little more outside the box. Y'all are good at that. Yeah, a cute turkey, not brown. So we're gonna have to think about that. Because I feel like, I don't know, would that look right? Like the typical, like earth tone turkey cookies? I don't know. I might have to check out Pinterest for a little bit of inspiration. There's some wonderful cookie artists always on Pinterest that are always very inspiring, I think. So I did design these little cookies all by my lonesome though. But I do like looking at what other people do because I always think that's helpful. I could do it leaf colored. Oh, like fall leaves? Is that what you mean? Definitely not saying experienced. From experience, definitely. Like fall foliage. Yeah, that's true. So I could do some nice fall colors. Maybe that would be good, like a fall palette, just as a guide. That might be good, Cupie. I like that. Because then it would still be seasonal. That was one of the pile paintings that I did. I think I mentioned that the other day, but I did paint fall leaves as, I think I did it twice actually. Or maybe once, I think once I did a trompe l'oeil piece of a leaf, of a fall leaf, and then once I did a big pile of leaves. Or you could go crazy and do a pink turkey, yes. Fried egg jellyfish agrees. With the fall foliage fried egg jellyfish, you would like the fall foliage color of for the turkeys? Yeah, I appreciate everybody's feedback because that's very, very helpful for me to kind of, point me in the right direction. Because sometimes my husband will do that for me, where I'm like, maybe I tend to go a little bit sideways, fly a little bit off the handle there, and he's like, he's able to very quickly simplify things. So sometimes, like I said, I want this place to be like we're all kind of working in the studio. Yeah, fried egg jellyfish. So yes, okay. So fall foliage. So that's like actually really great. Actually, that y'all, so Cupie suggested it. I think Kiwi agreed. Fried egg jellyfish agreed. And so that was all very helpful. And so again, then I kind of feel like we're all in one big studio together and we're kind of getting each other's feedback, right? And so that is the interesting thing, like feedback. And I want to say this because it's popped into my head, right? I said that like my art criticism classes, or classes where we had critiques afterwards, were, I think, very unhealthy. But getting feedback when I ask you for it, that's healthy, right? So when I say, I don't know what to do, what do y'all think I should do? And then you all come through with an idea, then that is very helpful for me. You two are a team, you and your husband. I love that. Oh, thank you very much, Fried Egg Jellyfish. Yeah, he's a much more grounded, rational person, I guess, than I am sometimes. So it's a nice balance. So, so like this painting, like I said, I didn't know what to call it. I don't want to even tell you all the crazy names that I thought I would call it. And he's like, just call it Happy Halloween. Just call it a Happy Halloween because that's what it is. It's all these happy little characters in here. So yes. But anyway, I appreciate that. With everybody just, sharing your ideas. So they warm my heart. I love all the stories. Thank you very much, Cupie. It gives you hope. Oh, that's very sweet. And Kiwi, thank you. That's very, very sweet. Balance and union is undeniably important. Yes. Yeah, that is true. That is true. You got to be a team. But again, I appreciate you guys being able to, if I say, like, I don't know what to do because I'm ready to do something crazy like rainbow turkeys, and y'all are like fall foliage, and everybody agrees, like, geez, that's really nice. I like that. So, that's really very nice. It's just nice. And I might still tackle rainbow turkeys sometime in the future. But let's go fall foliage. That seems a little more reasonable right now. Love being able to bounce ideas around to keep you from losing your mind. There you go. Yeah, I think that's really important. It's very different. If you've never been part of an art class where they had a formal critique at the end, I'm going to just tell you it sucks. It sucks. No, 100%. I don't care what school you go to. It sucks. And I think it's really damaging, actually, for anybody who is especially in a formative stage of their art making. You should not be going through critiques. You just got to learn to do stuff. If you ask for feedback because you can't solve a problem, that's different. But if you're just waiting around to get insulted because they think you should build a thicker skin, which is what I thought that all those classes were, that was unproductive and it was not helpful for me at all. So, but asking you guys what you think, if I have a question, that's different. That is very different. LOL felt. So anyway, I appreciate it very, very much. All right, so I have just a little bit more, and then we're just going to circle back through and try to do, I don't even care so much about some of the areas, like the eyes and stuff. I don't think I'm going to necessarily need to do those on this pass. But definitely the kitty bodies, I want to get another coat of paint on because they're the ones that are lacking the most. So, because in real life you can walk away most of the time if someone starts being mean. Yeah, and agreed, thicker skin is projected childhood trauma. Right, fried egg jellyfish? Yeah. I don't know who thought that was a good idea, like that you just need to get a thicker skin. It just didn't go over well with me. I understand theoretically what they're trying to do, but man, that was not good. Take a bunch of anyway, it was just not good. At least when someone says it out loud. Yeah, right. And literally, yeah. So anyway, it's okay. I mean, it's not that you can't be open to feedback, that you should be open to feedback. Like I said, and I've told the stories before, sometimes I would, like when I did that gingerbread neighborhood, I was so tired by the end of it. I couldn't see what was wrong with it. And so I had to ask my husband. And so he was very quickly able to see what's wrong with it. And that was, even though he'd say, I'm not a painter, but he could see, he's an observer. And so that was really important. That's different from somebody coming up and just like insulting your work. That's not cool. That's just bullying, right? But somebody being helpful when you ask for help, that is very different. Turns into teenagers with no knowledge, just bullying each other. Right. There are other ways to give feedback without tearing a person down. Yes, that is exactly right. And I think that part of that problem in those classes were, we were young in those. Most of the students in my class were around, 19, 20, 21 years old. They weren't in a frame of mind we weren't actually even, taught, like, what do you do during a critique, right? You were just set down in front of everybody's work and say, well, what do you think about this and what should be improved on? That's like wrong. It's just straight up wrong. I don't even know how to say it. So yes, I think that people who are not, there's a time and a place to get feedback on stuff. And there's some times where it's just straight up damaging. And so I don't think that I just don't think that that was a good situation to be in at that age, at that level of expertise, without actually having the knowledge of how to be, because it wasn't proactive, it wasn't productive, it didn't help anything, it just made everybody feel bad. So they usually don't teach them how to give proper feedback. Yes, that's exactly right. There was no teaching of how to give proper feedback. That is exactly right, Cupie. You nailed it. But I don't know if that's still common practice today in art schools, in classes. Probably. I guess it probably depends on the school. So anyway, I'm just gonna fix this one little thing. And then at that point, I think that we have most of our base black color down, which isn't really black, right? It's just a dark color that I mixed. But I'm gonna go ahead and take a slightly larger brush now, just for sake of efficiency. Exactly, you don't need to accept abuse to have a thicker skin, right? That's right, fried egg jellyfish. It's an excuse for them to treat you however they want. Learning how to set boundaries about how you deserve to be treated is superpower. That is right. That's a good way to put that too. I'm going to ask your art friends this semester. I'm curious. Yeah, I would be curious to know how they do critiques, and if there's maybe a more formal process for teaching people how to properly do a critique, as opposed to just an insult fest, which is generally what those things were back in the day. So yeah, I'd be curious, Huey. And guess what? Burning a bridge is okay. That's right too. That's right too. All right, I'm gonna take a slightly larger brush, again, just for the sake of efficiency. And I'm gonna try to go around, if I can find my slightly larger brush. There we go. I'm just gonna try to go around all of these little kitties and see if we can put another coat on before we end for the day. They won't be your boss later, and if they are, find a new business to work for. There we go, fried egg jellyfish. That is right. You don't have to be everybody's friend, despite what people say. And everybody does not have to like you. So that is okay. Yeah, so see, this second coat almost gives me a complete coverage on this, almost. You know, if I was truly trying to get something that was super, super opaque, then I would probably need more. But for the purposes of this, where I'm going to be building, you know, probably 4, 5, 6 layers on top of this, this is totally fine. So just a quick second coat. I don't even have, like, this will be a lot faster because I don't really have to worry about, you know, all my shapes. They're already established. I can get fairly close to the edge pretty easily. So yeah, so this will be a lot faster. So we're just going to try to get all of this done today. And then what I'll do tomorrow morning is I will mix up, like I said, really the only colors that are left in the piece, the main colors. Everything else is going to be, excuse me, a very subtle transitions in things. But the main colors that are left are, for the blocking out of things, are the orange, the green, the white, which will be a gray, and a little bit of pink. And technically, well, I probably should still do the pink. I was going to say I probably could get away with not doing it, but we'll do it anyway as a blocking out. And then once all of that is established, which again, I think I can do tomorrow, because now that I have this, it's a lot easier to see everything. And so I guess the only other thing would be the actual color of the cookies. So, but tomorrow I will try to mix up all those colors in the morning, and then I will have them ready to go for the stream. So everybody can be back here at roughly 2 p.m. Tomorrow afternoon. And I should be able to, again, pending any technical issues, be on time tomorrow. But we will try to knock out as much of the rest of our color blocking as we can. And then we'll be in pretty good shape. So this, I think I actually need to bring this down a little bit more. So that's why this is cut off a little weird. That was why I said some of this will be me also trimming out. I can also go in and trim out some of my shapes. So the reason this part confused me a little bit is because this is actually on my reference image. This bottom part is a shadow that's being cast behind this cookie. And so this will be a darker, but for right now it is fine. I just needed to extend it a little bit. I did say that I almost was tempted just to walk outside to my little garden, because I do have to say, some of my stuff that I thought was only going to be a little bit successful this year, by the way, it suddenly popped up. So now I have like multiple zucchinis growing, multiple cucumbers growing. I have ears of corn growing out there, which is crazy. I have even my green peppers that I didn't think actually were going to be, it wasn't sunny enough for them. But my green pepper plants look like they have multiple green peppers on them. So I am so excited to see all of the stuff that I thought, again, here in upstate New York, our growing season is really, really short. And I am only a second-year gardener, and we have a very shady backyard. So I was pretty doubtful. I was pretty doubtful that certain things were going to grow back there. Yes, Friday jellyfish. Isn't that crazy? So I was really doubting it for a lot of the stuff. But I saw this morning. I have my ears of corn. I knew that they were growing. I wasn't sure how well they were going to grow. But now they're like, it like happened kind of overnight. They like just poofed up. So that was pretty cool. Yes, Kiwi, right? So it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. And the other thing I did kill some of my, they're called brassicas, anything that's like broccoli or cauliflower, cabbage, kale, those kind of things. It was too hot for me to plant those outside, but what I did was I actually did hydroponic planting of them outside, and so a few of them actually did survive, a few of them died off. But anyway, still a success in my mind, because some of them are still growing hydroponically in a little container. So that means they just have water and nutrients. I love zucchini, but I realized how big the plant is. My zucchini plants are huge, Friday jellyfish, way bigger than I realized. So I actually have, I didn't know any were going to come up, and now I have 3. And one of them still does not have any zucchini on it, but I picked one off of one of the other ones this morning, and there's multiples on the other 2 plants that are growing. So yes, I'm very excited for that. You stuck to potatoes and an avocado tree. You have an avocado tree? That's cool. Oh my gosh, I love avocados, and they are so expensive. I would love to have an avocado tree. I think that's like are you in like a tropical kind of environment? Live in an apartment, gotta at least be selective. You can grow avocados in your apartment? Is that right? That's super cool. If that is happening for you, because I have hydroponic tomatoes in my house, in my kitchen. And by the way, I did learn that they do bloom, or they do come to full ripeness, but it takes about 3 months, almost 3 months for it to get that way. Yes, zucchini plant is way too big for your patio. Yeah, that I understand. That I do understand. That would be really, really big, because they're pretty out of control. I am growing it vertically though, so I trimmed it back a little bit this morning. That is a different way to grow a zucchini plant, is to grow it vertically. So that does save a little bit of space. So you just like trim off the bottom leaves. Anything below any of the zucchinis that you pick, you can trim off the bottom leaves, and then you just stake it like you would a tomato, sort of. And so you can grow it vertically. The hydroponics is pretty cool though. I learned that like I said, I have hydroponic tomatoes and hydroponic kale and lettuce in the house, and I use something called an arrow garden. But I, for the first time, put some hydroponics outside. And so, like I said, a few of them have actually survived. So that's pretty cool. So I'm very curious because there's, for anybody who wants to learn how to do this, because I think everybody should have some degree of self-sufficiency. It is called the Kratky method. It's Kratky, the Kratky method. And you just need basically a container. And then you plant your little seeds in a specific thing and it grows in water and you don't need an air pump or anything. And you can just stick that outside. Oh yes, that's true. It might be easier for the roots to grow in the ground so they're not suffocated. Avocado trees actually grow inside your home. Do they really? I want an avocado tree now. That's really cool. That is super cool. Well, now I'm gonna have to look for that. I'm gonna have to look for an avocado tree because that is very, very cool. I love seeing like all the little successes, even if everything's not perfect. It's a little disorganized, because I just kind of threw stuff in a bunch of different places. Some of it's in containers, some of it's in the ground. I didn't have a lot of space and I didn't have a lot of sun. So I kind of wanted to see, what would actually grow this year. But it's like really enticing to go out and see stuff. Dorm avocado trees, sign me up. That's funny, Kiwi. Yeah, you'd be the most popular student on the block if you had an avocado tree. That's pretty cool. Yeah, this is going so much faster. So much faster. During cold times, you can add a sunlight lamp. Oh, okay. That is so cool. Oh my gosh, that might be my new obsession. I just think it's so nice to go out, first of all, to know how to do it or to learn how to do it. It's so nice for me to learn because I do think that I enjoy having that degree of self-sufficiency and just being able to grow a few select things. I did pick my potatoes too, fried avocado. I did pick some the other day. I find that my potatoes are kind of, I only grow like twice as many as what I plant, which isn't very much. I don't feel like that's very effective. So I must be doing something wrong for that. But I am very excited when I see the other stuff coming along. And I just keep trying to learn, just like this. I just keep trying to learn. So I do a little bit more, every time I go out. So literally is only $20. What? For an avocado tree? Does it take like several years to produce or something? That's probably the trick, right? It would take a while to produce. Like I have apple trees outside, but they're their second year. And so they're not producing anything this year. And I have hazelnut trees, but they're only first year. And so they are also, I have them all in containers. I didn't plant those in the ground. And they're also not producing this year. But, that's okay. They're getting established. So anyway, it's kind of this haphazard little garden, but I really like going out there and seeing what's happening out there. $20 for a tall sun lamp. So if you're in state that has a cold season, you just use that. It needs sun. Oh, okay. Yeah, upstate New York, we have not much sun. Not much sun. So I said, my little garden outside, there's really stuff that it's just barely getting enough sunlight for some of the stuff. And because my backyard, it struggles to get 6 hours of sun. That's a struggle. Just because of how shallow the yard is and where buildings and trees and stuff are. So it really doesn't have much sun out there. So I was concerned that some of my things that required more sun would not work, but they seem, some of them, they're a little slow maybe, but they're still coming along. I'm really gonna look at the avocado tree though, because that's like so cool. That's really cool. Just gonna scoop this a little bit. I think that, when I did this design, and when I think about, the other things that I paint, and somebody was talking about this earlier, but the thing that I consider is, does it make me happy? Does it make me happy to see this? Like, yes, this makes me happy to see that this is coming along, to see that this is something that came out of my brain and my oven, and I brought it into the world, right? And so this is making me happy. And I think that if it has that effect on me, hopefully that comes across to other people and there's something in it that can make them happy. I hope y'all enjoy watching the process, just seeing it come to life. And it's been a long road. It's been a long road to find the things that I really want to paint that make me happy. So it's a little, I get a kick out of it when I'm starting to make something and I'm like, you know what? Nobody else does anything quite like this. And that makes me happy to see that. Need the sun, but imagine having a 12-inch tree in your home. Is it 12-inch? It's just a tiny little tree. You can buy a bag of avocados and put it in a wet paper towel in a plastic bag. What? And then just put it in a pot? That's nuts. That's nuts. Really? See, I learn. I enjoy learning. I enjoy learning. Yes, the seed, not the whole avocado. Yes, I assume. Thank you. But for anybody else who doesn't, who has not gardened before. Yes. But that's cool, fried egg jelly. Is that how you did yours? You just grew yours from a seed? My corn is actually really cool outside because it said when I purchased it, it's a container friendly corn. So that is what I did. I bought a container friendly corn, and I have a few random corn stalks growing around the yard too, because I didn't know where to plant them. But I have 4 corn stalks that are over 3 feet tall, growing in one little 18-inch container, and they all have multiple ears of corn on them. And it says that particular kind is only supposed to grow to be about 3 feet tall, and that each one will produce 2 to 4 ears of corn. So I just think that's really cute that they're a little bit small. They're a little bit on the small side. I guess they're supposed to be, but yeah, they're full-fledged, it's real corn. I think that's really cool. So it grows bigger than 12 inches, but after 12 inches, it may need a bit of support to grow upward. Yeah, okay. That is really cool, fried egg jellyfish. I like that a lot. My mom did that in northern New Hampshire. It's still growing. Is that right, Cupie? Grew the avocados the same way? How did I not know this? All the things that I've been growing. Because I think that the one thing that I would like to do essentially is to be able to grow the things, that's really cool. And you can use the corn shell to boil for tea. It helps keep a hormonal balance. Is that right? I didn't know that. I love being able to grow the things that are, and I guess everybody's different again, right? You can grow whatever you want to grow. But I love being able to grow the things that I would normally buy at the grocery store. And so when I'm able to not have to do that, it just makes me feel a little empowered that I don't have to spend the money on something at the grocery store, and that I get something that's much fresher and much better quality. But I love avocados, so I really should do this. She also has an indoor fig tree. That's really neat, QP. Very cool. Yes, women have to work a bit harder for our women. Yes, which is a beautiful thing. Well, that is true. So I'm gonna have to look up exactly what you mean by that with the the corn shell. That is very, very cool and really good to know. I try to use things, like I do know that, for example, last year I grew broccoli. This year I'm going to try to grow it hydroponically for the fall because it's a cold season thing. And I do know that like you can eat the leaves off of broccoli. And so I didn't know that last year when I started to do that. And then I read about it. And so you can saute them up and they're actually very, very good. So I like learning to use, all the parts of something. So learning that the corn shell is something that can help with hormones. That's actually very interesting. That's very interesting to me. All right, let me just see here where I'm at. I got lost in my place. So again, I just want to get a little bit on some of these. I'm not going to get real super picky. I just kind of want to get a little bit of a heavier opacity on a lot of these areas, if I can, just very quickly. It'll just give me a nice base for tomorrow. So now I'm going to have to look up what a fig tree and an avocado tree, because those are both very, very cool. I have heard people that grow banana trees indoors as well, although I don't know how complicated that is, because I don't want to be having like grow lights everywhere. But I like the idea of it. If I had a bigger house, I guess, if I had space for it all. I don't want it to be a jungle in my living room, but yes, definitely it comes with pros and cons. Yeah, I'm sure it's cool to have, all of these things, but, then it becomes, at a certain point, it would become like a full-time job to maintain all of it, right? So you have to find a balance, maybe for the things that you really, really love. But I do have to say, I'm intrigued by the avocado tree. I think that sounds really cool. All right, let's do this again. I appreciate, again, everybody who's tuned in for the first day of this. So I'm glad that so many of you seem to enjoy seeing things from the very beginning of the process. And again, it's different for every artist, however they begin. For me, it's different for almost every painting. I don't typically begin them like this, but when I have big, graphic shapes, this seems to be the easiest way. And garlic and bugs love plants. Oh, I see. Yes, QP is saying, yeah. Why not? Yes. So I mean, it's ideally what I would think I would like someday is to have a little like attached, greenhouse type thing to the house. Wherever I was. I don't have enough sunlight to do it here, but someday maybe. Something where I could put things in there, but kind of keep it separate from my living space. Just so I don't get a little overwhelmed inside, because again, I don't want to go super crazy. But I have found, for the most part, I do pretty well with the little bit that I have in here. Wouldn't that be nice? Like a little greenhouse? Is that something that all artists want? Do we all have a little desire for a little greenhouse attached to the back of our house or whatever? I always think that would be really nice. So this has taken on a nice initial graphic quality, which I think that which I think is good. That would be a dream for sure. Reluctantly, I want a green thumb. Maybe not all, but definitely a lot of us. And you would. Well, that sounds like a lot of us right there. Yeah. So I'm sure not all, but all of us with a little bit of an inclination to grow things. Maybe that is something that we all we all secretly want. Other people can dream of, other things. We just want a little peaceful greenhouse. But I definitely would need more sun because the back of our house just doesn't get any sun, especially in the winter. In the winter, this back sliding door that we have that goes out to that backyard, I have seen it get pinched with ice that's just coming up from the 3 or 4 feet of snow on the ground and the 3 or 4 feet of icicles coming down the back. So it's definitely it can definitely be a little bit intense there. Not the greatest place for a greenhouse to go. So we are creators. That's right, we're all creators. That's a good way to put it, fried egg jellyfish. We're all creators. We can't fight it. I want a cabin in the woods with a greenhouse, an art studio, and some cats. That sounds really beautiful, Kiwi. I like that very much. And yes, that sounds really nice. I think I talked in here about the writing by Walden, right? Of the chapter on solitude, but the book Walden by Henry David Thoreau is based on his time living in a little cabin in the woods, and it's such a beautiful read. And so I think that appeals to the artist in a lot of us, the creator in a lot of us, as Fried Egg Jellyfish says. So just the writers and the artists and the people who love nature and whatever. So the greenhouse will definitely help a lot. It's definitely based on where you live. Yeah, right. Some plants my mom has to bring outside for half the year, or bring inside for half the year. Is that right? Even with the greenhouse? I love that we all kind of, or that a lot of us have that kind of, we're all hobbits at heart. That's right, Phil. We're all hobbits at heart. I love that. We all just want that little hobbit house with a little garden. That's really cute. She just uproots them? Oh, that's interesting, and protects them from the winter. Well, that's part of the reason why I have my little trees, fried egg jellyfish, my little apple trees, and my little hazelnut trees. I have them all in containers because I just carry the containers into the garage during the winter and then try to protect them as best I can because, it gets very, very cold here. Hobby hobbits. I like that, Kiwi. And she's saying hi to Phil again. So yeah, welcome back, Phil. He was lurking and working, he said. The only thing I don't always succeed with the liquid acrylics, I do the best I can, but I don't always get it perfectly smooth. So sometimes I end up with a little bit of texture, but I do try to kind of tilt my head to the side a little bit and just see. And some of it will evaporate as the acrylic fully dries. So I don't panic, but it's okay. Hi, welcome in. I'm gonna call you Pants. How's that? Welcome in, Pants. It's nice to see you. So. Hobby Hobbits, and yes, hazelnuts. All right, my heart is full. I found my place of refuge. It's in my backyard. It's in my backyard there, fried egg jellyfish. Yeah, the hazelnuts, I'm hoping, they took root pretty good. I mean, they're growing very, very well, but they won't produce hopefully until next year. So that's okay. I just have to be patient. All right, we're almost done. I have 3 cats left to go, and then maybe a little bit just on these faces over here. I should scoot this over because y'all can't see what I'm doing. So let's see. So just a little bit, but this just went a lot faster, and it's, you know, not even anything that was a big deal. It's mostly just getting another coat on this so that I have a nice base to work from. But again, I'm so excited to return to the pile paintings. I have so many ideas that I want to pursue. I always have tons of things that I want to paint. But so many things that I see in my head, and I would just like to try to get as many of them out as I can. So we're gonna try. The best things are never rushed, yet experienced and embraced. That's very nice, fried egg jellyfish. Very, very nice. So. Yes, the hazelnuts, I'm pretty patient. Again, I took pretty good care of the apple trees, maybe had a little bit of things that I discovered that were a little bit of a hiccup this year, but I think that they are fine, and hopefully they will. One of them did like double in size. It went from being like 3.5 feet tall, which I thought it was stunted, and now it's suddenly like 7 feet tall. So it definitely jumped up this year. So we will see. We'll see. Starting in pitch black has me like this. One thing I love and hate about my art is that it teaches me patience. That's a very true thing, Kiwi. But hopefully you will learn to love it more than hate it the more that you get to do it. So I'm so excited to see how you make this into a masterpiece. Are you talking about me or Kiwi? Because I'm hoping. I can't promise, but I'm hoping. Yes, we just have to be patient. Just have to be a little bit patient, but we'll get there. I've been through it many times, so I think I can do it again. And hopefully it'll just be a super cute masterpiece. That's my goal, right? Thank you, fried egg jellyfish. More love than hate. I just have ADHD. I understand, Kiwi. I do. Yes, I think the point is, you know, for me, how do I, like, this would have been fine for an illustrative design, right? But that's not what I do. So we're gonna make this photorealistic well, not photorealistic. We're going to make this realistic. I say not photorealism because I don't like that term in the way that it's classically defined. But we're going to make it realistic, maybe even hyper-realistic. But I want it to be realistic enough so that you feel like you can lift the cookies off of this or dive right into this panel. So that's going to be my goal. And it's just going to require a little bit of patience. But again, even though this is an early stage, we're going to call it that and not a rough stage, an early stage of the painting, I feel pretty pleased overall with where we are at. So we're going to aim tomorrow to block in all the rest of these colors. I'm going to aim high and hopefully get it. But we're going to aim to block in all the rest of the colors so that we'll say 90% of the panel, hopefully by the end of tomorrow's session, should be covered with paint, with some paint somewhere. So that's what we're going to try to do. So I hope y'all will pop back in for at least a few minutes tomorrow and see. And you can't stay for the whole thing, I understand. But hopefully we will get it substantially better looking than it is right at this moment. And that will put us in pretty good shape then for Saturday. We'll be back on Saturday too. So funny how we all have the same fear of messing up. Oh wait, I'm sorry, I missed something earlier. I thought you said lick the cookies and I was like, yes, that would be amazing. Funny how we all have the same fear of messing it and start thinking about how much the canvas costs and everything. I know, right? Messing it up. That is also a dangerous place to be, right? Because art supplies are expensive. And that is the thing. You don't want to like waste them. So I totally get that. And, you know, I think that sometimes that's just a risk that comes with the process. So I've messed up many things in the past, or, you know, I don't want to even say that I've messed them up, but sometimes you just paint something and, you know, you don't have the audience for it yet or the right exhibition space for it yet. And so it's a lot of money to invest in that. But, you know, I think you just got to keep making art. You got to find a way to keep making art. Yes, I'm cooked with my ADHD. Trust I understand. Painting has helped me slow down. That's a good way to say that. Very nice. Do you ever paint over your painting you don't like so much? So not so much anymore, but I do have some panels that I maybe started really early on in my painting and that I abandoned, and then I will come back to them and essentially either just scrape those back or start over again and just use the panel for something else. But it's been a while since I totally scrapped something. Like I said, I did start those 2 paintings last year with my cookie pieces that I deemed not up to snuff for me, but I didn't paint over them. I want to leave them sit, maybe for a substantial amount of time for various reasons, and then I will come back to them at some point. So, Janica, are the cookies ready yet? I'm hungry. Janica, it's so nice. I'm glad you made it in and got to catch some of this before we finished up for the day. So we're just blocking in shapes, Janica. And yes, I baked lots and lots of cookies. Lots and lots of cookies, Janica. So I finished my little decorating class, or most of it, on Tuesday. And so I've made these lovely little cookies. And so I have, I think I decorated like maybe 2.5 dozen, something like that, of these little cookies. So these 3 kinds. And I think they're pretty cute. They look pretty good. And so, yes, so I decorated for a lot. I decorated a lot. And so, yes, so we have a photo now, and we are just working our way through it. So we piled up all of them. I did take a few other photos as well. That's one just of the pumpkins, just of the ghost, and just of the cats. So I might tackle those at some point in the future too. But for now, we're just blocking in shapes for all the black shapes in here. Tomorrow we're going to block in all the rest of the color shapes, and then we will start to build that up. So thanks, Jenica. I appreciate it. What I really like about your process is that you pause and come back to them. That takes a lot of self-control. Yeah, I think it's just I appreciate that, fried egg jellyfish. I think it's just a way that I've learned to maybe not fight the way that I work, fight the way that my brain works. Sometimes I have to take a break from something mentally rather than push through. And so I've talked about that before, where I have like a lot of paintings, or at least a handful of paintings over the years, where I've abandoned them for, few months, few years, and then come back to them and finish them when I'm ready. So, and some of that is maybe me being a little overly ambitious at times and knowing that I have to develop my skill set more and then come back to them so that I can get them to be what I want them to be. But I appreciate that very, very much. I used to see those in movies, and my childhood dream was to eat them once in your life. What, these little things? Thank you, Janica. I appreciate that. If I pay for the postage, how long does it take to cross the ocean? I didn't put vanilla in them, Janica. And I baked them with bananas instead of eggs because I didn't have any eggs. So yes, they're lovely, and they are edible technically, but I wouldn't want to send them to you. But someday I could bake really good ones for you with nice, Madagascar vanilla in them, and do them the right way. And fried egg jellyfish, because you recognize that in all aspects of life, things take time and patience, and to be okay with that. Yeah, thank you, fried egg jellyfish. You know what? I think actually the gardening is a nice continuation of that, right? To teach me patience. And so some of the mistakes that I made, all of the mistakes I made mostly this year, I know is me being impatient and not doing things, trying to rush something out either before the season is ready for that particular thing. Yeah, so yes, so both things, it teaches me patience in both things. It's a good way, good balance in life, I guess. But it's something that, I keep working on. So, gosh, it's like food photography, where the food designer uses glue to make the delicious drip that never falls off place, right? So, I mean, they're truly baked, right? They're beautiful, but yeah, their taste is probably not as great as possible to do. But they still smell good. They smell like a sugar cookie. So they're really good. We're so blessed to recognize these things. That's really nice, fried egg jellyfish. Thank you for that. That's really, really nice. So, yeah. So someday, maybe we'll do a baking stream. Should we do that someday? I don't know if I'm ready for that yet, but someday maybe. All right, so I did miss just these two little eyes here, and I can see this right here, and this right here. And I think I missed these too. Right here, little pumpkin eyes. I'm out of the shot. All right, so I very much appreciate everybody. My nose is running, excuse me 1 second. I was just going to say, in time we should have a session, whether it be painting together or baking. That would be awesome. That would be very cool, fried egg jellyfish. Yeah, let me think about that. Maybe for Christmas. Maybe as we get closer to the Christmas holidays, like maybe October, November, something like that. Maybe we could do a baking thing. I'm very interested to share all the little tips that I learned in my cookie decorating class for anybody who's interested in them, actually, because they're really beautiful little cookies. And I do feel like I am starting again to develop a more advanced skill set with that, so that I can bring all of my little imaginative things to life and then paint them. So Kiwi says, and Janica says, they look yummy regardless. Thank you so much, Janica. My coworkers ask me a lot, how are you so patient with customers? And I just go, I'm an artist and a pianist, both of which take lots of patience. Did I know that you were a pianist, Kiwi? Oh, maybe we did talk about that a long time ago, because I also play the piano, but not very well. So, okay, so I think that we did it. I think that we went through everything. I have a very rough, we'll just scoot back. I did miss a couple eyes. Let me do that here. Did miss a couple kitty eyes here. So let me just go in and do these little slits. I liked how these kitties were their eyes were kind of pointing to their left side, most of them. Like they were just, totally loving on these little ghosts, which I just thought was really cute. So one more down here. Okay, so that was a really good base. Yes, I'm not a great one, but I'm able to play decently. You're probably more decent than me, Kiwi, because I haven't played in a while. But I did love it when I played. I did love it very much. Okay, so we have a pretty good base, right, of all of our black. Tomorrow afternoon at around 2 p.m., I'm going to come back a little veering look slightly. Friday jellyfish. Tomorrow, yes, with the kitties. Yeah, it's like a little sneaky look, off to the left. I don't know. Oh, no, I guess I missed one more. Sorry about that. I was ready to close all out, but I did miss this little guy here. Okay, now, tomorrow, expression, yes, thank you. Love that expression. So I love all these little expressions on these guys' faces, right? This is just, as my husband said, truly a happy Halloween. So I appreciate it so much. I will see you guys back here tomorrow afternoon around 2 p.m. We're going to put all the other colors down. We're going to try to anyway. So I'll have them all mixed up before we start our session. And yeah, I think we did pretty good for today. So thank you so much to everybody, all of you. Thank you, Janica, and Friday Jellyfish, and Kewpie, and Kiwi, and everybody else who's been hanging out in here, and Phil, and Plo, and everyone else who popped in for the first time. If you haven't followed me, thank you very much, Kiwi. If you haven't followed me, please go ahead and follow now, and I will see you back tomorrow afternoon around 2 p.m. and we'll work on the colors, okay? I'm gonna head out to my garden and I'm gonna raid somebody so that you guys get to go hang out with somebody else now too, okay? So thank you so much again. I'll see you soon. Bye-bye to everybody. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.